Sound check. Group sound check 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2.
Colleagues, if you can please try and second. Well, thank you, Chair. Maybe Genesis. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mzwandile Masina. I am the chairperson of the DTIC Portfolio Committee. Today, I will be co-chairing with the chairperson of the Science and Technology Portfolio Committee chairperson. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the DM for Science and Technology, the DGs, welcome members of the Portfolio Committee. We have an agenda before us. What we want to suggest for completeness of the process is that we present all these three in one and thereafter discuss, because they are interlinked, all this presentation. If there's an agreement, I would like the chair, once we've adopted and taken apology, then the chair of Science and Technology will then take over for the first, and then I will come back on the second and the third, so that we can complete this particular process. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the agenda as amended? Where are the members? Member Chance, where are you?
I'm actually looking for my agenda,
But
but I will propose that we adopt the agenda.
thank you, as amended. Member Mseza? Thank you very much. The agenda is adopted. Andre, and then your colleague, the other secretariat, if there are apologies, can you please take us through, both of you? And then from there, it is over to you, Chairperson, after they've done with agendas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have an apology from Mr. Beasley, Mr. Mdudley, Mr. Mkutu, and Ms. Webster. Mr. Gigabo will be, Ms. Yati is still on the way. They'll be arriving soon. That's all the apologies, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. So the apologies from our side is the apology from the Minister. He's out of the country on official business. And then from the member side is Dr. Bosov, Mr. Matsa, and Mr. Ramongalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you and good morning, colleagues. No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, honorable members, ministers, deputy ministers, DGs and DDGs, and chairpersons of entities and CEOs and your colleagues. Greetings. We are today going to receive a brief on I think the first one that we're going to have is the briefing by the DSTI on the National Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Research, Development and Innovation Strategy and Hydrogen Society roadmap. So this will be the first briefing that we are going to receive from DSTI, and then from there we will come to the briefing of DTIC that the chair of a portfolio committee will take over and introducing. So the committee is having this meeting today to focus on the implementation of the respective green hydrogen strategy of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is DTIC and DSTI, wherein the two departments has been implementing the National Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technology Research, Development and Innovation Strategy, which was rebranded as Hydrogen South Africa Strategy, as well as the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. The DTIC is responsible for implementing the green hydrogen commercialization strategy, one of the pillars that supports the Hydrogen Society Roadmap and enables the commercialization of green hydrogen and the associated technology development through Hydrogen South Africa Strategy. This combined meeting creates an opportunity for the two portfolio committees to receive briefing from DSTI and DTIC on the respective strategies and policies and how they feed into one another, as well as on progress in implementing these programs. Based on the outcomes of this meeting, there is scope for the committee to engage other departments and also playing a role in realization of broader green hydrogen objective at a later stage as deemed necessary. So this is the purpose for our joint portfolio committee meeting today. We are going to proceed, from the chair, we are going to proceed with the first briefing that is from DSTI. DM. The DM is leading the team and the DG. You will take us through and then I see that there is Sansa Chair and the CEO, but over to you, DM.
Thank you very much, chairpersons, both chairpersons that are here, and greetings to Minister and DM and both teams from the departments that are here and the members of both portfolio committees and the officials from both departments that are here in Sansa. Thank you very much that we are here. Chair, yes, we are here as DSTI, coming to make a presentation, but as we have really alluded to, our presentation would be on what we have done when it comes to green hydrogen. We'll do a very short presentation on our 4 flagship programs that we have when it comes to green hydrogen, focusing more on our Hydrogen Society Roadmap, what we have done, Hydrogen Society South Africa, what we have done, taking it you back from where we started our fuel cell, the forklifts, what we have done, and linking it up where we need to cooperate and work together with the Department of DTIC when it comes to the issues of cooperation, because the work that we have started really, when we look at it, there is a lot of scaling up that we need to do as a country just to showcase our capabilities that we have as a country, looking at the issue of R&D that we have done as a country and showcasing that when it comes to the issue of commercialization and making sure that we open up for more job opportunities. That is what we need to do. So the platform that we have been given by Parliament today, we hope that it is going to pave that way where these both departments, and as our chairperson has alluded, it's going to open up even for more other departments like the Department of Electricity, Energy, and more other department, DMRE, and also all other departments where we say, how do we all plug in when we talk to the issue of hydrogen society roadmap that we have as a country, then we move on like that. I won't waste a lot of time then, Chairperson, let me allow our DG, because in the team that I'm having right now, I have our acting DG, Mrs. Zwane, and also our DDG, Rakeshni, and our Chief Director, Mendi, that are going to be leading in a very brief and high-level presentation that you are going to be having. They are going to be leading us on that presentation. Then we are waiting the discussions that are going to be taken after that. Gigi, can I hand over to you?
Good morning, chairpersons, good morning, members of parliament, DM and colleagues. I would like to, without wasting time, hand over to Dr. Rakeshni and Mandy, who DM has already given us in terms of the outline of our presentation, and I will just close as soon as the presentation is done. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, chairpersons. Good morning, members of parliament, and ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I just want to take this wonderful opportunity to thank you for allowing us this privilege to come and present on the work that has been supported by the South African government under the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. As the Deputy Minister has indicated, our purpose of the presentation today is just to give you a flavor of what we have done since the cabinet approval of the Hydrogen South Africa program, which we call it HISA, as well as the Hydrogen Society roadmap. Am I audible? Okay, I think, let me move a bit. Okay, so my presentation will be segmented into 3 parts. The first part mainly concentrating on the Hydrogen South Africa program. Then the second part of the presentation will then go into details on the Hydrogen Society roadmap. And then just the last part of the presentation will focus on the next immediate steps that as the department we are going to be embarking on to advance the aspirations of the Hydrogen South Africa as well as the National Hydrogen Society roadmap in support as well of the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. Well, on the slide, it shows you the competitive advantage that South Africa has. And as the department, as the South African government, these are the competitive advantage that we took, that we leveraged on when the decision was made to embark on the hydrogen economy. And mainly the renewable energy resources and land that we have as a country, as well as the exporting import infrastructure that we have, as well as other skills such as your fisher crop skills and capabilities. These are the competitive advantage then that gives us more of a leverage point where we can say that we can embark on the hydrogen economy ecosystem that will be supported by skills development. And these are the also competitive advantage that then gives us that confidence to say that we in line with other global parties, we can become an exporter of effective green hydrogen and green ammonia to the world. And the Hydrogen South Africa program, then it strengthens those competitive advantages that we have in the sense that it doesn't only provide South Africa the opportunity to contribute to energy access, energy security, but as well as ensuring that we also contribute to mineral beneficiation in the sense that one of the critical components of a fuel cell system, which we call more like an engine of a fuel cell system, it's a membrane electrode assembly, which is platinum based. So hence it gives us that competitive advantage. Well, the Hydrogen South Africa program was approved by Cabinet way back in 2007 when the hydrogen economy agenda was not yet in fashion at that time, but the government saw the opportunity to participate and start contributing towards the hydrogen economy journey. This is a 15-year program that started in 2008 when it was approved, but recently in 2021, when the government saw the opportunity again and the competencies that have been built through the Hydrogen South Africa, and then it was extended for another 10 years. So it's segmented into phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 1 being an establishment of the research and development capability, because when we started, we didn't have that. We needed to start from that base to build that research and capability. And you would see that the first thing that we did in phase 1, it was as part of building that capability, we did a development of a fuel cell powered golf cart together with the University of the Western Cape. Then phase 2, it was mostly on the testing and validation of these components that are coming from the Hydrogen South Africa program. And we then evolved from that. And you would see that one of the key deployments that we supported within that phase was the conversion of an electric powered forklift into a fuel cell powered forklift. That was done in partnership with Impala Platinum Refineries. And I want to say even today that forklift is still in operation, and it still shows the benefits that the benefits that can still accrue from that forklift. And the thing that I need to highlight here is the importance of partnership, which we're going to highlight as we move towards the other slides. Then the third phase was mostly on the South African innovation. This was mainly focused on the really building competencies within the Hydrogen South Africa ecosystem, but at the same time, making sure that we build those partnerships to support the commercialization of locally developed and publicly financed IP, intellectual property. And one of the key deployments that we supported in this phase of phase 3 was the deployment of 7 fuel cell systems that were deployed at one military hospital during COVID-19 pandemic. And those 7 fuel cell systems, they contained locally developed and publicly funded IP that was supported by University of Cape Town as well as Mintech. And that was one of the key milestones that we could note in terms of the support of the locally developed IP. And then part of phase 3 as well, then we took a step and say, how then do we reflect to ensure that we create an ecosystem that will really allow for these locally developed and intellectual property to flourish. And the only way we could create that was to adopt and develop a National Hydrogen Society roadmap, which is a blueprint roadmap that tells you how to move towards the hydrogen economy, and also creating a hydrogen innovation ecosystem that will be supported by skills development. Well, just to give you a bit of details in terms of the Hydrogen South Africa program itself, this slide, it just gives you the competencies that reside within the Hydrogen South Africa program. It's supported by the 3 centers of competence, which are co-hosted by 5 institutions. But the beauty about this program is that it's a hub and spokes program, which allows other institutions, even previously disadvantaged institutions, to participate in the building of these competencies when it comes to the hydrogen economy. So this is not a comprehensive list in terms of the institutions that are participating, but in the other slide, I will show you the whole partnership that we have as part of the Hydrogen South Africa program. And then when we say that we've got competencies to participate in the production of green hydrogen and green ammonia, is based mainly on the competencies that are reflected in the slide. You would see that we have competencies, we've built competencies within the upstream research and development through towards the downstream. And one of the critical components that we have built capacity on and the capabilities is the development of membrane electrode assemblies for fuel cells as well for electrolyzers. And we also have metal hydride component storage material that can be incorporated into forklifts as well as refueling stations. So that is why we believe that we have those competencies and we can competitively really participate in the global market when it comes to the production of green ammonia and green hydrogen. Well, in terms of the funding, just to give you a flavor of what the government has supported or invested when it comes to the Hydrogen South Africa program, this slide just gives you an overall board figure of what the South African government has contributed to in that amounts to a total of 1.4 billion. If you look at it and if you segment it into 3 phases, 508 million in the first phase, 460 million in the second phase, and 441 million in the last phase. And you would see that the slight reduction of the funding is due to the limited funds that we have in terms of the fiscal, as well as the budget constraints and the budget cuts that we have experienced over the years. But one of the things that I also want to bring attention to is the green line. This shows you the core funding in terms of cash that we got from the private and the public sector, because we've had a lot of partnerships from the public sector as well. So it shows you in terms of what their contribution has been over the 15-year period, starting from the 22 million in the first phase 1. But in terms of the total figure that we got from the core funding from the public and private sector, it amounts to about 276 million, which then gives you about 20% in relation to the government investment. This slide, it just gives you the outputs over the years that we have accrued from the Hydrogen South Africa in relation to the investment that we have put forth as the South African government. So the outputs in terms of how we measure the performance of the program itself, we look at the number of students graduated, mainly focusing on the PhDs and the master's level students. But I want to also highlight that we have since evolved from that, because we believe that the hydrogen economy ecosystem does not only need high level skills, it also needs the low end level skills. Hence now there has been that conscious effort to try and bring in the TVET and the University of Technology students to participate in this overall ecosystem. We've also seen a lot of technology demonstrations coming out, deployments, as well as commercial products that have come out as part of the outputs that we measure. This slide just gives you, in terms of the technology portfolio, the healthy technology portfolio that we have from the Hydrogen South Africa program. Again, it cements and highlights the competencies that we have built. So it gives you all the other different competencies along the hydrogen value chain that we have. I've talked to the membrane electrode assemblies and the catalyst developments that we have as part of the fuel cell and the electrolyzers. So the beauty about this technology portfolio is that we also, not only are we focusing it in the South African landscape, we also make sure that we patent it and we register it in other countries, in other 13 countries, as well as we also, what I also want to highlight is the fact that this technology portfolio is so healthy to a sense that at least 70% of the intellectual property that we have patented, it's linked to commercial products. And then just to give you a sense of the demographic, because we understand that as government, we also have to align ourselves to the transformative imperatives that we need to support. And this gives you just a sense of the student demographics. You will see that as we evolve from phase 1 to phase 2, phase 3, there has been a gradual increase when it comes to the number of female students that have been supported to ensure that we balance out the gender. As well as when you look at the student graduated, when it comes to the nationality, there's been a focus to ensure that we support the majority of students that are classified as South African citizens. And then we also have been supporting the SADC plus the rest of Africa, as well as the rest of the world. But what I want to highlight is that when you look at the nationalities, as we evolve, because we understand that the hydrogen economy ecosystem, if we're going to be competitively participating in that ecosystem, we also need to build healthy partnerships, not just only domestic, but regional as well as continental. So what we've done is that now, as we started introducing the student exchange programs, then we started seeing an increase when it comes to SADC, because we believe now the SADC countries are also coming up on board, because they also have this competitive advantage when it comes to natural resources. They also want to participate in the hydrogen ecosystem. So we have been starting to build those relationships continentally as well as domestically. And then in terms of race, you would see that there has been a very increase in terms of the number of uptake when it comes to Black students, as well as there's a fair representation when it comes to white students, as well as colored students. This just to give you in terms of the cumulative over the 15 years, like a summary now. Gender, you can see that is 33% female, 67%. We understand that as much as there has been a gradual increase over the phases, but we're still not yet there we are going to get there. It's an area of improvement that we acknowledge, and we are working towards making sure that there's more uptake when it comes to the number of females. And we understand that nationally, there's always been a bit of a challenge when it comes to students just enrolling for the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields of study. So this also it accounts to that, but there has been that improvement that we are also noting. In terms of the job creation, so the build-up of the Hydrogen South Africa program, it also has been supporting, even to a very great degree, in terms of the number of jobs created within the Hydrogen South Africa program. In the phase one, we see that we have seen a number of students being jobs created at 69 for all the other jobs. So when we're talking about all the other jobs, it's all the other jobs in terms of engineering, the key technology specialist jobs, and then the other one, the orange one, is mostly the technicians and the artisanal type of jobs. And then in phase two, we started now seeing the increase in the number of TVET students, because of TVET students being supported to being offered the experiential training, because we, as I indicated in my earlier remarks, is that we are in a position to understand that now the hydrogen ecosystem requires a lot of range of students, skills, starting from the low end to the high end. Hence, now you're starting to see the number of uptake when it comes to students being supported from either TVET or University of Technologies. This now, in summary, just gives you the key deployments that we've supported through all these competencies that I've alluded to. This just, and it also gives you that the geographical location of where these deployments are located. Recently, we've also participated with the Vembem District Municipality in deploying some fuel cell technology systems in Masia Village in Limpopo, as well as we also partnered with the Mandeni Community Hall in KZN to deploy a fuel cell system there. So, but the whole point about this is that we still very conscious and also creating that ecosystem where we can partner with any like-minded partners that wants to support these deployments. This just gives you a summary of the partnerships that we have built over the years, very active partnerships that is either through memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreements, research corporations. So it's across the entire national system of innovation, from academia, science councils. We also have very healthy relationships with some state-owned entities like your ESCOM. We've got very active engagements with the DTIC, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, then under the 6th administration, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. We also have very healthy relationships and with the industry and the business that are supporting some of the technologies that are being undertaken under the HISA program. Now, the second few slides will just be concentrating on the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. This slide just gives you policy instruments or policy levers that are supporting the hydrogen economy, as well as the net carbon zero economy transition of government. And the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, I think it's mostly a complementary strategy that seeks to enhance even the other visions of the other strategies that are reflected in the slide. So I think at the core of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap is how to strengthen and leverage the current existing competitive advantage of South Africa in terms of the natural resources, how to ensure that it reindustrializes the key sectors, especially the carbon-intensive sectors, as well as creating that conducive environment where there's going to be local manufacturing as well as beneficiation of critical minerals. So that's at the core of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. And then just gives you the key 6 high-level outcomes of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. And what the beauty about the Hydrogen Society Roadmap is that it's very clear in terms of what needs to be done by each party, being it's private, public, that needs to participate in the hydrogen economy evolution. It gives you a total of 70 key action items, which means that once we have achieved those 70 key action items, it means that we'll achieve the overall vision of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. For example, if you look at the outcome number 3, creation of a manufacturing sector for hydrogen products and components, it gives you a total of 9 key action items that should be led by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, supported by Department of Small Business Development and Yeah, small development, yes. And then, sorry, members of parliament, the slide is supposed to be followed by another slide that I have in my updated presentation, but it will be shared with you. This just gives you a high level in terms of what with the achievements that we have made when it comes to those 70 key action items. It tells you which one we have achieved and which one we have not achieved to date, and to what extent are we going to, and to what extent are we going to achieve the remaining. But that's going to be shared with you after this presentation. And then this slide, it just gives you the complementarities when it comes to the Green Hydrogen Society roadmap, green commercialization strategy, and the Hydrogen Society roadmap. You can see in terms of objectives, and we're aligning in thoughts. I mean, one of the objectives of the Hydrogen Society roadmap is about really improving and contributing to investment that can accrue to job creation. And part of that, when you look at the green hydrogen commercialization strategy, talks about a creation of export market, because if you are investing in the hydrogen economy and creating the export markets, then you are able to then realize those government imperatives such as your job creation. So it's very complementary when it comes to the vision and the objectives of the two strategies. This gives you, this was a study that we did together with the Department of Higher Education and Training. And the study mainly was focusing on, if we do embark on the hydrogen economy ecosystem as a country, what jobs would be realized when it comes to TVET? Because TVET has been, at the longest time, they've been sort of not ignored per se, but they have not been so focused in terms of how we can integrate them into the hydrogen economy ecosystem. And this slide gives you just a flavor of what jobs will be realized in terms of the critical sectors that can be part and parcel of the hydrogen economy ecosystem. And then this slide just gives you the catalytic projects that are supporting the Hydrogen Society roadmap, the Bohobai SEZ. So where we participate in as the department is creating that ecosystem where we facilitate using our existing connections in terms of how we ensure that we mobilize as much resources that can support these different catalytic projects. For example, a very simple exercise that we did as the department has been to where we have connections. For example, we took recently we led a delegation to Japan, where we introduced the representatives for Bohobai to potential commercial partners in Japan, because Japan is one of the countries that have been forefront in terms of having the interest of importing green hydrogen and green ammonia. And those are the platforms that we have created as government to ensure that where we can facilitate our connections, let's utilize those connections to at least to bring that possible and potential market opportunities for these catalytic projects. This just gives you, in terms of the Platinum Valley Initiative Corridor, which is also one of the catalytic projects that is supporting the Hydrogen Society roadmap. And this is about building hydrogen economic clusters along, starting from Gauteng to Mogalakwena mine into the Durban port, that will facilitate the production of green hydrogen and green ammonia, but at the same time ensuring that there's commercialization of locally developed and publicly funded IP. And also part of us supporting the Platinum Valley Initiative is also supporting what we call coal CO2 to X flagship program, which is about the conversion of flue gas materials into sellable or value-added products such as your ammonia salts into the production of fertilizers. So this is creating that hydrogen economic cluster that can then ensure that as a country we do participate in the overall hydrogen economy, hydrogen innovation ecosystem. This is just to give you some of the projects now that we are supporting under the Hydrogen South Africa program. This, you can see our minister standing next to the first hydrogen fuel cell vehicle from Toyota, which is Toyota Marray. And this refueling station is one in the country, or I would say one in the continent, that is located within HISA Infrastructure Northwest University. And to show the support from the private sector, Toyota has come on board to at least provide approximately 19 million so that they can develop another mobile refueling station. This really indicates the strengthening partnership that we have with original equipment manufacturers. This also gives you another example of what we're embarking on through Mintech, where Mintech is upscaling its facility to ensure that now it will have the commercial capability to commercially produce membrane electrode assemblies as well as catalysts for identified customers, which already they have currently in the database. So this is the roadmap that they currently have, and already they are pursuing it. Now, in terms of this, just one of the slides, last slides on the Hydrogen Society roadmap, how then do we bring in the coordination? Because all these things have to be coordinated somehow. The partnerships have to be coordinated somehow. So recently we went to cabinet and say, as much as we have a sort of a vision when it comes to our transitioning towards hydrogen economy, but where we need to build strength, is the coordination, especially at the government level, that can also then cascade down to the private sector level. And then when we went to cabinet, cabinet did agree with us and then approve the establishment of the Interministerial Committee on Hydrogen Economy, which will be chaired by the Deputy President. And it will have different work streams led by the different government departments as reflected in the slides. And these work streams will also be supported by sub-working groups where now the public and private sector key stakeholders can participate and provide the necessary inputs that will ensure that we are well positioned when it comes to the hydrogen economy as a country. Now, the last two slides that I have, this just gives you the immediate expected next steps that we are going to embark on as the department to ensure that we realize the intents and the vision of the Hydrogen Society roadmap, as well as ensure that we position ourselves to support the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. And as you may be aware, we are currently finalizing the 5-year review, because the HYSA strategy has been reviewed every 5 years. So the last third-year, 5-year review is going to be finalized soon. And we want to now ensure that now these capabilities that were built in these institutions, key institutions, they are well positioned to support not only the Hydrogen Society roadmap, but the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. We're also supporting the development of the Hydrogen Society roadmap implementation plan, which will ensure the seamless implementation plan for the Hydrogen Society roadmap, as well as feeding into the implementation of the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. So these are the other, I'm not going to bore you with the other tasks that we are going to be embarking on as one of the immediate next steps. So let me end with this slide. This slide just highlights what we want to embark on going forward in terms of maintaining as well as strengthening the current existing relationship that we have between the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And part of that relationship has been established to ensure that it supports the commercialization of locally developed and publicly funded IP that has been developed through the Department of Science, Technology initiatives. And the current governance structure that is supporting this partnership is we have what we call the DSTI, DTIC Commercialization Task Team, which is currently reporting to the 2 DGs of the DSTI and the DTIC. And they will also provide regular updates to the Forum of South African Director General's Economic Cluster. And one of the things that we have done to date as part of this partnership, we have subjected a lot of proposals. We've assessed 30 proposals that approximately amounts to 1.7 billion. And out of those 1.7 billion, at least we have 415 that can be linked to energy-related projects. And what we want to do now is the next immediate steps from this partnership is to now map the existing DSTI, DTIC existing initiatives that can support these, that can support at least to a portion of these projects, whether it's 10 projects or what, but we understand that it's not going to be able to support all the 30 projects that have been identified. The next step now, the projects that are not going to be supported through the existing incentives that are supported by the DTIC, then we are planning together as the DTIC to develop a new policy instrument, which we're going to call it the DSTI, DTIC Commercialization Fund, which will then subject to National Treasury for approval. And then part of that is that when we're hoping that when we get the approval from National Treasury, then we can then start piloting at least 10 projects that can be piloted through this DSTI, DTIC Commercialization Fund. And the last step then is once we have obtained that, we can then officially launch it as part of the February 2025 State of the Nation address and commission and formally communicate it through that platform in terms of how, as the country, are moving forward in support of the intellectual property that has been locally developed and publicly funded. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
We submit, I think we've come to an end of our presentation. Mr. Department. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, yeah. I'm going to hand over now to the chair of DTIC to introduce the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Co-Chairperson. The next section from the DTIC is on electric vehicle white paper. And the purpose of the briefing is for the committee to engage the DTIC on the electric vehicle white paper. And the presentation should also cover the rationale for the policy approach to the transitioning of the automotive sector and the upstream and downstream industries that are expected to be developed locally. In addition, the committee had requested the DTIC to cover any particular plans it has to ensure that this transition embeds transformation and maximizes job opportunities in the main. Yes, okay. We'll also expect the DTIC to also touch on the hydrogen strategy in the main. I will now hand over to the minister to take us through, maybe also to introduce the team, so that I think that's one mistake we did. We didn't introduce the full team the other side. DM, maybe you can quickly do that, then we allow the minister to introduce the team and the subject, then they can take us through. Just a second, Minister, DM, if you can introduce your team, because we've not met before, quickly, yeah. Oh, they say you did.
I
so
did.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
But
hear you.
if you did not get it, I can
No problem. As long as it's done on
redo
record.
it. I did.
Over to Minister Bookstall.
Thank you very much, co-chairpersons, deputy ministers, honorable members and colleagues. I think, as indicated by the chair, would be presenting both the green hydrogen commercialization strategy together with the electric vehicle white paper. And with your indulgence, Chair, if we can, for purposes of consistency, start with the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. In many ways, the concluding remarks of the previous presentation cover my introductory remarks on the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. So I won't even do introductory remarks, because I think the presentation did justice in linking the work that's being done, led by our colleagues in science, technology, and innovation, and the alignment with the DTIC, with the IDC in particular driving significant parts of the commercialization strategy. It will be followed by the presentation on the white paper on electric vehicles. And maybe there to just do basic introductory remarks. Our reality is that the demand for internal combustion engines or ICE vehicles is significantly reducing. In fact, at a practical level, we have received notification from BMW that they are closing their ICE production capacity in the Eastern Cape in favor of hybrid, plug-in hybrid engine production because of demand in the EU and other markets to which we export these vehicles. So in reality, the transition is happening and happening at a fast pace, and we're beginning to see a significant reduction in demand for internal combustion engines and a move towards new energy vehicles. And therefore, we need to adapt our own automotive strategy to be responsive to the reality of the demand. It is essentially in response to countries having made commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in line with the Paris Accord and the introduction of measures across the world to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We also have our own obligations as a country to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions and have our own decarbonization efforts informed by our nationally determined contributions as a country in line with the Paris Accord. So the change is happening at a fast pace and we need to adapt our own industry and our overall decarbonization efforts in line with the global trends and developments. I should say, Chair, that we are cognizant of the fact that some of the measures introduced by the EU and others do require some debate at the level of the World Trade Organization and other platforms, to the extent that, at least in our opinion, they are not reflective of the principle of common but differentiated responsibility and imposing demands on us as developing economies that necessarily would place our industries at risk. But it's a matter that we continue to pursue. That notwithstanding, we ourselves are initiating efforts in line with the white paper to drive the process of the introduction of new energy vehicles into the economy. And in fact, are having continuous discussions with industry around solutions in this regard. Let me take the opportunity to also introduce the colleagues present for purposes of consistency. I'll start with the Deputy Minister, Zuko Kodlimpi, but I'm sure honorable members know him well. And then we have the Acting Director General, Ms. Malebu Mabiche Thompson, the Acting Director General responsible for sectors, Dr. Tebogo Makube. I see here it says that the DTG on incentives, Ms. Susan Mangole, will be confirmed, and I haven't seen her, so she's not here. On the side of our chief directors, we have Ms. Mantombi Matomela, Mr. Gerard Fourie, and Mr. Mkulili Mlota. We also have from the IDC, the COO, Ms. Joanne Bates, and we also have Mr. Ryan Kotsi and Ms. Pamela Mondliwa. And we have the teams that are supporting the ministry that are also present in the meeting. May I then request the DG to lead us in the process of presentation, including the sequencing of the presentations. As I understand, Chair, we do both presentations one after the other. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members. I think Minister has already indicated the order that we will follow of the presentations. Then I'll ask that we just follow that order. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gerard Fourie. I'm the Chief Director for Green Industries at the DTIC. And we specifically also responsible for the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. So I thought it might be useful to just remind ourselves why we are so keen on this green hydrogen commercialization. Now, the Minister mentioned the world is very eager to decarbonize. Basically, most of the countries in the world have agreed to achieve what they call net zero by 2050. Now, if we look at the energy-hungry world that we currently live in, it's almost unthinkable that we can achieve the net zero by 2050, which is only 26 years ago, 26 years from now. And if you also keep in mind that this world we live in, the population will continue to grow every year. The middle class in the world, the big spenders of the world will continue to grow. and they will want more and more goods and services. Production will continue to grow. Trade will continue to grow. And I think even shipping, trade on shipping is expected to grow by more than 30% between now and 2030. Now, if you want to achieve net zero, the world currently uses mainly oil, coal, and gas for energy. We basically have to replace all of this with renewable electricity, nuclear, biofuels, and the areas that is basically what we refer to as a hard debate sector, the synthetic fuels or hydrogen-based fuels. Now, why is this such a big opportunity for South Africa? Hydrogen-based fuels, the two main ingredients to make it competitive is sunshine or renewable energy and space. And we're very well endowed with sunshine and space. So South Africa is potentially a very attractive destination to manufacture this synthetic fuels. And it allows us, if we look at in the ISA, they refer to the balance of payments objectives that we have to keep in mind. We currently, the importation of oil, petrol, diesel, kerosene is one of the big items on our balance of payments, and this allows us an opportunity to reduce that risk and to basically get into the market of alternative fuels of the future. Now, when you speak of green hydrogen, we all know that it's currently relatively expensive. The price is coming down, but green hydrogen will probably remain quite expensive for a while. And you basically also need a lot of electricity to manufacture green hydrogen. And South Africa is a country that traditionally has a shortage of electricity. So how do we make sense of all of this? Now, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not sure what the right word is, the rules that has evolved around green hydrogen is they use this term additionality, which means you have to use additional renewable energy to manufacture the green hydrogen. You're not allowed to use the grid. If you want to use a grid, it must be a grid that has excess renewable energy. So any green hydrogen project will have to build its own renewable power supply. The advantage, of course, of that for South Africa is if you build this kind of capacity, you have to over-design it, because there are days where the wind doesn't blow, there are days when the sun doesn't shine, so you have to over-design it. So on a normal day, you typically will have quite a bit of excess electricity, and that can, of course, then be fed into the grid. So if you structure these projects correctly, it can be a net benefit in that space. The other ingredient that I didn't mention with green hydrogen is, of course, water. And South Africa is typically an arid country. So where do we get the water from? Fortunately, we have a lot of seawater in South Africa. And the business model around green hydrogen production is if you desalinate seawater, it's a very small cost component. So it will make sense in our case to use desalinated seawater and not to tap into the scarce surface water resources in South Africa. Now, I've mentioned the fact that we're very competitive, and the IDC will go into a bit more detail on that, is the research I've done indicates that South Africa and Chile are two of the countries that are very competitive, and after Chile, we're probably one of the second cheapest countries to manufacture green hydrogen. So really a very big opportunity for us. And I thought right in the beginning, I would mention that the shipping industry, there's a large number of ships that come past South Africa. The shipping industry will finalize their rules on decarbonization by October 2025 through the International Maritime Organization. And we foresee that shipping, green fuel for shipping will be a very big opportunity for South Africa, and one of the lower-hanging fruits, and one of the areas we probably should go for quite early. So just to remind everyone, what is this whole green hydrogen really about? It's to take renewable energy and water and put it into an electrolyzer. And if you do that, you basically manufacture hydrogen, methane, you can manufacture diesel, petrol, kerosene, methanol, ethylene, and ammonia. So these are all the traditional products that that normally comes from the fossil fuel industry, manufacturing these products using renewable energy and basically removing the increase in CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. So the big opportunities or applications is in large industry, transport, typically aviation, shipping, heavy road, public transport. And what we've seen in South Africa is the ammonia, which is nitrogen and hydrogen blend, is fertilizer. Now, this slide was put up by the colleagues from Science, Innovation and Technology. It basically indicates the green energy opportunity in South Africa and why it's an ideal industry for us to pursue. So I thought I'd put this one up. The key cost component of green hydrogen is electricity. So you need cheap electricity to be competitive in that space. And if you look at the blue line on top, that is our current peak demand, peak price, high demand electricity price, which is over 6 Rand a kilowatt hour. And the thick red line at the bottom is rooftop PV, which is the cheapest electricity in South Africa. So already indicating that you cannot really think of using the grid to manufacture green hydrogen. Simply the model will not work. But the fact that renewable energy is very cheap in South Africa. A second conclusion one can make from this slide is the importance for us to reduce the high cost of that peak, to really try and roll out renewable energy as rapidly as possible and thereby increasing the competitiveness of our industry, creating stability in that energy space and basically promoting investment in our economy. Now, this is a slide that the IDC provided. It basically is research by PwC indicating the cost to produce green hydrogen in 2025 and also on the right in 2050. So the expectation is that the cost will come down quite dramatically. So Africa will be competitive in this space, but one key point we have to keep in mind is South Africa is far from our traditional markets. So the cost of transport of hydrogen-based products or the green steel that was mentioned in the previous presentation will have to be considered when we develop our industrial approach to this industry. The big markets at the moment for green hydrogen is the EU, UK, South Korea, Japan. So quite a lot of export potential to those countries. And I already mentioned, we're doing quite a bit of research at the moment to understand the numbers of ships that come past South Africa, the cargo that these ships carry, and the potential for these ships. How quickly will they move away from the traditional fuels to green shipping fuel? I thought it would be useful to put up a slide just on the European Union on how they plan to reach this net zero by 2050. So the big turquoise section at the bottom indicates electrification of carbon. So that basically to move away from fossil fuel and use electricity. The second segment indicates energy efficiency, to basically use your products more efficiently, and the pink one is carbon neutral hydrogen. So it's basically the demand that Europe will have for these green hydrogen or power to X products. So quite a significant market for them. And of course, Europe does not have the space or the sunshine that we have in South Africa. You've seen this slide. I always like to put it up. It just indicates that the Hydrogen Society roadmap is a overarching strategy or that guides the way we go about it. This Hydrogen Society roadmap incorporates our greenhouse gas targets, our just labor transition, the balance of payments issue that I mentioned, energy security, reduction of inequality and poverty, and the green hydrogen commercialization strategy as to feed into this and support the achievement of the ISA objectives. I'm going to ask our colleagues from the IDC to take us through the rest of the presentation, but basically we've got 6 targets through the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. The first one is to target exports, stimulate domestic demand, support localization, for example, the manufacture of fuel cells and electrolyzers that was mentioned, secure financing, proactive socioeconomic development, and then the role of the state, of course, is to provide the enabling environment required for this industry to develop. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the markets for South Africa, initially when we started the commercialization strategy, there was very much an intent of maximizing the export markets, particularly where there's contract for difference opportunities, where we could be paid a premium for the export product, which would offset the higher cost at the front end of the development curve. We have over the last 2 years seen significant increased applications locally. So the focus was always on a domestic and an international market. Locally, we're seeing that the opportunity, as Gerard mentioned, in aviation fuel is more likely to be a shorter term opportunity than we had originally anticipated. So that's a key area of focus. Fertilizer, so green ammonia for fertilizer is an increased priority. We currently import our net importer of toxic chemicals that are coming into the country. So we have an opportunity of green ammonia locally, which also then supports the export potential of our produce with a greener product that's being produced. And in mining, it's a key opportunity. Sustainable aviation fuel remains a good opportunity both for landing aircraft in South Africa as well as for export, but there are some challenges which I'll get to when I get to the direct projects. So this is just, it's quite a busy slide. I won't go into it in detail, but it's very much looking at the ecosystem that we would be aiming to create within the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. A number of countries see green hydrogen as an energy opportunity. We see it as a reindustrialization opportunity. So very much looking at our social and industrialization opportunity. From a renewable energy generation and water perspective, as Gerard mentioned, the overbuild of renewable energy and water will provide water and electrification to communities in the Capes where there is good renewable energy and hydrogen potential, but water challenges and there are areas that will not be connected to the grid, or we're seeing significant grid constraints that will contribute to that. Then in the middle, we're seeing the leveraging of the Fischer-Tropsch technology, which South Africa imported in the 20th century and perfected in our Sasol and And I think SEF also has a Fischer-Tropsch plant. And then the various other areas that can be focused on. Platinum is an opportunity in the electrolyzer market, but electrolyzer and fuel cell market, but we need to understand the minimal quantities of platinum that are actually used in those processes and the focus on recycling of platinum, which will be an increased focus going forward. Then the applications on the right-hand side, some of which we've spoken to, but also get to those under the projects. Hydrogen vehicles are possible. We saw the Toyota hydrogen vehicle. From a commercialization strategy perspective, we do believe that heavy mobility will be where hydrogen is most likely, either in the form of hydrogen fuel cells or in the form of e-methanol. But for passenger transport, we don't see it as an immediate opportunity. So this slide is largely just to show the differences in the internal all-electric car versus a hydrogen car. Again, just talking to the efficiency in the various types of vehicles. We also strongly believe that the future will be a combination of internal combustion fueled by green fuels, hydrogen, particularly for heavy mobility, and battery electric, but likely in the form of hybrid because of the challenges with battery-only vehicles. So we do see that in the automotive space, there will be a variety of technologies that will be used over time with focused applications in different areas of mobility. From a project perspective, there's 4 key hubs that are being focused on. The Eastern Cape hub has at its core the Hive Green Ammonia project. This is what they were calling in global terms one of our lighthouse projects. It's a very significant project that's being developed, approximately $4.6 billion in dollars funding cost. What is likely to make this one of the cheapest green ammonia projects globally is the fact that it's leveraging off existing infrastructure as compared to the new build in Namibia. Ample access to land, wind and solar. There is some transmission build that's necessary within this. We will need to solve the transmission alignment and working with Cerebos on the salt side. So the saline from the desalination process will be used in salt. So it really is a very well-designed project and has the potential to be one of the lowest cost green hydrogen, green ammonia projects globally. On the fuel cell side, yes, I've spoken about commercialization of local technologies, and this project is close to bankable feasibility, and we now need to look at taking it into the commercialization stage. We do believe that in the rollout of fuel cells, we should be looking at fuel cell use potentially off the back of gray hydrogen initially, which would then create the demand for fuel cells and support the market of manufacturing as green hydrogen costs catch up. The other key hub that we're looking at is the Saldanha hub. And there we're looking at amongst other products to be produced would be hydrogen for green steel production. The plant, which was closed, I think, in 2020, with the technology in the plant, has the potential to be one of the lowest cost green direct reduced iron manufacturers. This would be a product that we could then leverage our iron ore resources in the Northern Cape, converted to direct reduced iron, exported into global markets at a premium price because of the value that product has in decarbonizing steel industries globally. We could also use it for our steel industry and produce green steel, but we would need to assess the value added potential. What our focus is not in the drive to lowest cost, but the focus on the products that are going to have the highest value. So the green DRI could be a high value product that allows us to decarbonize industry and create a valuable export stream. I think for us critically is not to, we're currently in an economy very, very dependent on commodity prices with our minerals. As we rebuild this industry, we don't want to be in a market where we're limited by a global price of hydrogen. We need to be looking at, the ambition must be to look at creating the value-added products that are going to create less volatility in the economy and contribute positively to the balance of payments. The Hardship project in Secunda is focused on sustainable aviation fuel. The one challenge that we have run into with this project is the delegated acts in Europe where there's a need, I think we've spoken to earlier, around the decarbonization requirement of the whole grid. So the whole plant would need to be decarbonized, which is not feasibly practical in the short term. It is still a credible project, and there are engagements that are ongoing with the European Union, because this would be a key project for producing sustainable aviation fuel, leveraging obviously the Fischer-Tropsch technology. So there were 21 projects that were listed in the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan and Implementation Plan. As we were developing the green hydrogen commercialization strategy, we ensured that which was aligned to the Hydrogen Society roadmap was the basis of which the hydrogen chapter of the Just Energy Transition Plan was designed, to ensure that there was absolute alignment in the focus areas and the access to finance. These projects are aligned in the upstream, midstream, and downstream, so looking at the production of hydrogen and its derivatives, as well as the production of equipment used in the process, electrolyzers and fuel cells, as well as the downstream applications to create value-adding products. The opportunities are very much spread in the coast, so the Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, as well as a hub in the Vaal. The Vaal focus is very much around decarbonization and sustaining existing industry, and creating new green products out of existing facilities, whereas the coastal regions are largely new green developments. These are the 9 projects that were gazetted in 2022. They are progressing. Buchelbaai is a latent opportunity. We do believe that costs will need to reduce over time as Buchelbaai becomes a priority. Buchelbaai is important from a country priority, with the competing ports sitting in Luderitz from a Namibian perspective. And that's again why we do believe that this needs to be a regional play, and the Minister of Energy and Electricity is the chairperson of the African Green Hydrogen Alliance. So we really as a country are playing an active role in this space. I've mentioned the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan and Implementation Plan. The IDC has been mandated to establish the Project Management Office for the implementation of those projects, and that is very much, as DSI said, an all-of-government approach. There is, I think with the change in government, we do need to ensure that we get the focus right, so we can actually accelerate these implementation opportunities, as well as identify the challenges that we need to collectively address. Okay, and I'll hand back to Gerrit. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you. So I think there was one more instruction that the portfolio committee would be interested in what's happening in the biofuel space. So from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition side, the main area of biofuels that we focused on is through the Sugar Industry Master Plan. And there's one project that's reached business feasibility stage, is the manufacture of sustainable aviation fuel. And similar to the concept that was mentioned, this in the hydrogen is to possibly sell this aviation fuel at our airports to airlines that are interested in buying sustainable aviation fuel. We know in Europe they've introducing regulations that requires that at least 2% of the fuel they use in aviation must be sustainable. So potential market for that in South Africa. We've looked over the years quite a bit at this biofuels business, and I think the biggest problem you run into with biofuels is basically almost double the basic fuel price to manufacture biofuels. So you will always need a subsidy. So if we want to drive this biofuel business we will seriously have to consider whether we want to subsidize the industry. We just don't see when we do the modeling that it can be competitive in the South African market. What is interesting, however, is the fuel regulations state that up to 2% of biofuel can be blended with normal petrol and diesel. And that's already happening. So a lot of these smaller producers already have the opportunity to blend it. And that industry, we understand, is working quite well. The blending that was referred to earlier is the idea to blend up to 10%. And that requires quite a lot of regulatory tweaking and technical tweaking, and the appetite for that, I think, has been quite low up to now. So with that, I will end the presentation.
Chair, we will now take the presentation on the EV. Thank you. Chair, I apologize for that delay. The colleagues are just trying to source the correct presentation. But I'm just going to ask that as they're trying to flight it, maybe in the interest of time, the presentation can start.
The other alternative which we can do is to take a 15-minute tea break to allow them to do so. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. If we can please settle, and then the colleagues who are outside, if they can please, can I ask this, the staff to call those that are outside for us so that we can proceed with the presentation? Thank you very much, colleagues. We can now resume. I believe that the small technical glitch has now been resolved, which will enable us to proceed with the meeting. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair, Co-Chairs. As indicated, this part of the presentation deals with the electric vehicle white paper. And the Chief Director responsible for the autos, Mr. Mkhulu Limlot, will do the presentation and appear. So,
Thank you, Minister. Good day, honorable members. On the electrical vehicles, as you know, we have a white paper that was approved last year. And this is in response to developments in the global space. There is a transformation happening in the auto industry globally, in the main, in response to climate challenge concerns. And therefore, the shift seeks to promote less emissions in the environment. And therefore, there is this shift from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles of different kinds, from traditional hybrids to full battery electrics and fuel cell electric vehicles. With this transformation, there also have been some supply chain consequences or impacts that are accompanying this kind of shift. This shift for South Africa poses challenges in terms of the capacity of our auto production in the country, but also it talks to the reducing demand of internal combustion engines in our major markets, mainly in the European market area. As you know, we export a significant portion of what is produced in South Africa. More than 60% of what is produced in autos is exported. However, this transition also has its own opportunities that it brings about. We have some of the minerals in the country and in the region that are key in the production of batteries that are used by the EVs. And therefore, as South Africa, we need to also follow queue and encourage and ensure that we also transition to protect the jobs, but also to take the opportunities presented by this transition. As earlier indicated, this poses an existential challenge to the auto industry as we know it, because most of our production goes to markets that have already indicated that in the next few years, they will be banning the distribution and sale of internal combustion engines. And therefore, we need to protect the jobs in the industry. So also, we need to take these opportunities provided by this shift. One of the components used in electric vehicles, the most expensive one would be the battery, estimated at anything up to 40% of the entire cost. And if we want to also still localize or add value in South Africa, we need to ensure that we participate in that value chain. We currently have in the main the APDP and other support measures that support the current automotive industry. However, because we are dealing with new terrain, new technologies, the current support provided under the APDP doesn't seem to fully support or encourage this transition. And therefore, a need for a different type of support or an enhanced type of support was necessary. The white paper came with two key objectives. One, to take up the opportunities for future value addition in the production of the vehicles and their components. As I indicated in the main component would be the battery. However, there are other components such as high voltage wiring harnesses, wherein copper is utilized. But also we want to mitigate a possible impact of the steps taken by the major markets, wherein they would be stopping the distribution of internal combustion engines in their jurisdiction in the next few years. That may lead to possible job losses in the country as the demand for the current production reduces. Now, how did we arrive at the white paper? Whilst debates and thinking started about a decade ago in the country around a shift to electric vehicles, in earnest, such discussions intensified and came or produced or resulted in the publication of a green paper in May 2021. That green paper identified a number of areas of intervention, areas that needed to be looked at to encourage and promote this transition. Following the publication of the green paper and stakeholder engagement, some studies were also done internally by the DTIC, as well as the other stakeholders provided some studies wherein, amongst other things, we looked at other jurisdictions or countries on how they supported their transition in order for us to have options that talk to our unique circumstances, but also learning from what other jurisdictions have been doing. This resulted after just over 2 years of intense engagement in the white paper that was published in December last year. This was to provide a kind of a roadmap for South Africa for this transition. This global transition to EVs is quite a complex one. In that it doesn't happen all the same across countries. It's been driven by strong public policy in other areas, including the provision of subsidies for the acquisition of such vehicles. It also kind of disrupted some of the supply chains. So we needed to take into account all those in crafting our own approach to this transition. And also in terms of the technology, whilst we're talking battery technology, there are different technologies in the variety of batteries that are being used. And we needed also to take into account that we can't be really picking a particular technology over the other in terms of how these batteries are built and these vehicles. So all that needed to be brought into the discussions. And we clearly recognize the risks associated with us not promoting and being part of this transition. In that there would be losses in terms of the capacity we have in auto production, resulting in job losses directly in the auto industry and related value chains, and that the domestic industry might shrink further and become less viable, and also that we would be missing out on the potential to beneficiate the minerals that we have and also that are available within our proximity or in the region itself. At the same time, we needed to ensure that this transition is a just one. It takes into account potential impacts on the vulnerable communities, and also, therefore, with our social partners or stakeholders, we needed to ensure that there is closer collaboration to make sure that we adopt a transition path that is appropriate for us as a country. Our response, therefore, as entailed in the white paper, talks to two areas. In the first instance, it talks to us creating an ecosystem in the country that allows for the production of electric vehicles as well as their components. It talks to us promoting the creation of such an ecosystem through provisions of support for investments, through interventions that seek to ensure that we have the skills to support that production of vehicles. And also it talks to us ensuring that we have appropriate infrastructure that supports that kind of an ecosystem, so that we can remain a viable place to manufacture vehicles and components in this challenging environment where we find ourselves quite far from our major markets, those being in the main the European market area, and we also sell as far as the US and Japan. So in the first instance, the actions contained in the white paper seek to talk to us creating that ecosystem or supporting the creation of such an ecosystem. And all this is not only a matter of the DTIC or government only, but this to succeed needs the participation of all key stakeholders. The second focus area is on the domestic market. Whilst we may produce and export these vehicles, but for the investments to be more viable and also for us to contribute to our nationally determined contributions towards our emissions commitments or reduction thereof. We need to promote the uptake of such vehicles that are less emitting in terms of harmful gases into the environment. And thus, these 6 action areas are meant for us to focus on promoting the uptake. There are various options that have been considered that are still to be considered on how we do that. Those would include, for example, encouraging the state itself to commit to purchasing some of these vehicles. And I might add that we would be inclined to support the acquisition of vehicles produced in the country. Those may, as we've seen in other jurisdictions where consumer subsidies of one kind or the other have been provided to encourage the car buying public to switch from internal combustion to these new energy vehicles. But also importantly, we need to make sure that to receive or to get the full benefits of using these new energy vehicles, that our grid is capacitated enough and with a sizable and significant share of renewables to the extent that you can get a fuller benefit of using an electric vehicle if you charge it from a renewable source. Hence, currently you find that some of the charging stations being installed in the country are being charged from solar. And that is also one other element that we want to tap into for localization, would be the charging infrastructure. At the moment, the chargers that we see installed across the country are all imported, but we believe we have capacity to produce those in South Africa. So some of the efforts would be going towards supporting the localization of the charging stations themselves. Through the white paper, government shows commitment to the transition in a way that preserves and also possibly grows the current capacity to produce motor vehicles in the country. Hence, the deployment of resources to support the development of the production ecosystem. And yes, government does have a role broadly, not only DTIC. And in this regard, we will be working closely with the Department of Transport, for example, the National Treasury, but also the provincial governments are playing a role in this respect. A couple of provincial governments are developing their own strategies to support this transition to electric vehicles. So there is a role, including the state institutions such as the IDCs, the SANRALs, amongst others. In the implementation of the white paper provisions, it is important, as earlier alluded to, that stakeholders are part of it for us to come with tangible results. And we'll be using existing platforms to oversee the implementation. And those platforms include stakeholders. And in this respect, we will also be calling upon other stakeholders that are traditionally not in the auto space to participate, because this shift also provides a space for collaboration with the ICT sector, for example, as connectivity and the such are becoming quite integrated into the industry. On the way forward, we can indicate that since the publication of the white paper, there has been some activity in implementation to the extent that firstly, we needed to include under the current support scheme electric vehicles and their components, which were not initially accommodated. We are amending the current guidelines of the APDP to accommodate them. And also in the budget speech of February, there was an announcement around the introduction of an accelerated depreciation tax benefit for OEMs of vehicle assemblers that will be investing for the production of electric vehicles, and the relevant legislation and regulations are being amended to effect such. And the implementation date would be 2026, and that would allow all the respective amendments to be made beforehand, and the indication has been given out there to potential investors. And we think that the earliest production will only start in 2026 on whoever decides to commence commercial production of electric vehicles. So in summary, we've taken into account the global shift to electric vehicles and recognized that South Africa needed to be part of this transition as a current producer of automotives. So in order to remain viable, we needed to be part of this transition to build CBUs, or rather the vehicles, the components thereof. In the main, our interest would be also be on the production of the battery. And the white paper itself focuses on supporting local production, but also developing the local market. And this white paper should also be understood as part of the automotive master plan that was approved and adopted in 2018 with a vision for 2035, where we want to grow our production to about 1% of what is produced globally. However, we understand there have been challenges like the COVID period and so on in the intervening period. But the implementation of this white paper is part of the master plan, and hence the platforms to be used to oversee its implementation would be the same through an executive oversight committee chaired by the minister, wherein key industry players participate. However, as our auto policy has been in the main focused on light motor vehicles, and those constitute about more than 80–90% of the auto industry. However, there is an opportunity being explored to also expand the reach, not only of the support for electric vehicles, but broadly for automotives, to include more of the medium and heavy commercial vehicle side, that is your trucks and buses, but also your motorcycles that have been are being used as a last mile kind of delivery. And the barriers to entry there might be a bit lower, although challenging. And therefore, as is, the focus is still on light motor vehicles, but there are efforts to also see the inclusion of those other segments in addition to the charging infrastructure itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the presentations. We will now have an opportunity for portfolio committee members to engage, for the two portfolio committee members to engage with the three presentations. I will try to allocate reasonable time to members of the committee on the questions for clarity and whatever suggestion they have on all the three. And then we then should be fine as soon as we are done. Yeah, I'm sure we are not going to take more time, so we'll just be reasonable. So let's just check through the show of hands from the members of the committee. I will take the three of you in that order, starting with Member Chance coming this side, and then Member Msizane, and then I'll conclude with Member Gigawa. Oh, there is also three members at the back. Four, okay. Then, okay, in that order. Starting with you, Member Hlongo, up to this side. Thank you very much.
Is it me to go, Chair? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your presentations. It's highly technical what we're dealing with here. Starting with the smallest element in the periodic table, which presents its own challenges. And these challenges have got a long way to go before they're overcome. And I was surprised that you didn't cover any of that. The fact that transporting hydrogen results in huge losses in the supply chain, which is a problem because it obviously adds to the cost, adds to the danger factor. So I'd like to get some input on that, please. And what work is being done internationally. This leads to my second point, which was that there was virtually no comment on what was happening globally in this space. It's like South Africa operates as an island, which of course it doesn't. The hydrogen economy is something which is on the lips of scientists and technologists across the world. So what is going on the global scene in terms of solving these fundamental technical problems? And I've only just scratched the surface on that issue. The next question relates to the broader question of the just energy transition and where does the hydrogen economy plan fit into the integrated resource plan? Now, I know you can't really answer this question because it's an issue for the DPME to answer, but it's still important. You can't just see hydrogen, as an island of energy without having a look at the broader picture of where does it fit into the fuel plan for the country. And there's obviously political contestation going on here. The Department of Minerals and Energy has support politically for the supposed transition fuel of natural gas. Where does this all fit in? In terms of a government that is limited in resources, what are the priorities going to be? How does the DTI view this? How does the Department of Science and Technology, follow the science? Let's follow the science, and where does that take us? Because obviously there's a transition from science to technology to commercialization. And there's a feedback loop that goes on there. And the feedback loop is presented by the changing economic dynamics, the globalization dynamics, the fact that the US is pursuing a different path, particularly now under Trump, compared to Europe. So these are all highly complex. And Something that I found interesting was in one of your slides, you talked about the presidency being the lead in the transition from blue to green hydrogen. Now, why on earth would the presidency take the lead in that, as opposed to the DTIC or the DSTI? You know, we talk glibly about carbon capture. Carbon capture is not a proven commercial technology. It's being attempted. It's been talked about for a long time. But again, it's an unproven technology. So, you know, there's so many unknowns here, of which that is a critical one. I know that in the UK government, they're attempting to, you know, capture carbon and stick it down old coal mines. We're trying to do the same with our gold mines. You know, what is happening with that? Then, you know, relating to the other point about the IRP, we have a huge opportunity to extract oil and gas, both offshore and onshore. How are you going to, as the DTIC and the DSTI, going to win that argument? Or isn't it an either or? Maybe it's a both. Again, perhaps it's a transitionary phase that we have to go through. So what is that transitionary phase? It was interesting to look at that graph of Europe going from -20 to 100% decarbonization. What does South Africa's graph look like? Of the various ways in which we're going to A, decarbonize, and B, transition through different fuel types. Where does nuclear fit into this? Does it fit into this? So the point that I'm making is that this discussion goes way beyond just two departments. It goes into a whole strategic positioning of the country. And then when we come on to motor manufacture, that's a whole set of different arguments. That's a completely different discussion. But obviously there are intersections between the two. You know, and the fact is we do have competitive advantage. We have sun, we have space, we have platinum. So why doesn't the hybrid discussion and the electric vehicles thing feature prominently? We have a very big country where you have to drive a lot to get anywhere, which means that the electrical infrastructure that is required and the hydrogen infrastructure required is huge for long distances. So why aren't we working on hybrid more than pure EVs? Economically, it would seem to make sense in a country which has a big geographic extent. When it comes again to the EV white paper, one of the biggest issues is demand versus supply incentives. And the industry has said without demand incentives, we're not going to get there. This is how the European countries have made it possible, by basically making it, you know, artificially cheaper to buy an electric car than an ICE car. We don't have that. We don't have the money to do that. It's been made quite clear by the Treasury. So how are we going to overcome that problem? Localization versus global competitiveness. You know, the motor industry is just one of the most prominent of the industries where this tension exists between the need to supposedly build local capacity on the one hand, but at the same time, make it cost effective so that we don't have to raise import duties to make our local industries competitive. So what's more important, lower prices for consumers or protecting manufacturing industries?
As you wrap up, Member Chance.
I'll wrap it up there. You probably spend the day answering my questions, but there are other people to talk. Thank you.
Number 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. Normally me being told to hurry up, Honourable Chair, so this makes a nice change. Firstly, I'd like to, if I may, discuss the first presentation that we went through. And I had a very good look at the amounts of money that were being spoken about. And it's not lost on me, given the amount of work that I did on the Medupi and Kusile builds and the delays in the builds at the time, that the gas desulfurization flue that is yet to be built at Medupi is estimated to cost anywhere between 35 and 40 billion rand. And the time estimate for that flue to be completed is only at the end of 2028, because it's a retrofit flue that's being built. And it's only being built because we were in contravention of the Paris Accord and with other protocols and treaties that we'd signed. Now, the one bonus, if you can call it a bonus, that we had at Kusile was one of the cost overruns, one of the many, wasn't just state capture. It was because at Kusile they did put a desulfurization flue in from word go. But these pieces of equipment are horrendously expensive. They are, it's so frustrating when you think about that we are trying to create a cleaner energy supply. We are going through this just transition, that these costs are now stopping us from doing what we should be doing. And these costs are now putting us in contravention with things like the Paris Accord, with things like bilateral treaties that we've signed across the world. And we host COP next year. And these questions are going to be asked to us. And there's going to be many more questions, because energy in our country is dirty. It's as simple as that. Coal is not clean. And anyone who tells you other is lying. Coal is dirty. Coal and gas and oil is also big money. It's huge money. It's money that makes the world spin. And I don't know if we're being realistic enough in thinking that, given our partners that we have internationally in organizations that we belong to, are going to be that pleased to see South Africa transition away from oil and coal into a hydrogen dependent and hydrogen functioning economy by 2050, I believe you said, Mr. Fourie. That's our aim, 2050. I'd like to see some of those countries turn around to South Africa and say, no problem, partner. No oil for you, we're fine with that. No coal from you, we're fine with that. It's not going to happen. And we need to be realistic about that. These are problems. And unfortunately, they are no problem that you as scientists have created and that you as engineers have created. These are political and diplomatic problems that we're going to face as a country. And we need to be realistic about the impact that that's going to have. As a country in general, we haven't adhered to international protocols, international treaties that we've signed. So it's almost unbelievable for me to hear from Mr. Fourie that South Africa is second only to Chile in terms of cost efficiency when it comes to the hydrogen world and the way we could transform things. And given the fact that I've now been on the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation for the period of this parliament, I now realize how severely underfunded this department is, given the importance of this department. And I don't know, and I've said this to the DM, I've said it to the DG, I've said it to everyone in the department, I don't know how we are going to convince people that we are one of the most, if not going into the future, the most important portfolio in Parliament to be looking at how we build our economy going forward and how we attract international investment into South Africa. And I say that looking around the room at some of the finest scientists we have, and seeing out of the corner of my right eye that we even have the South African Space Agency sitting with us today. And there's a reason I'm incredibly enthusiastic, and that is because I have seen scientists who have no interest in politics, thankfully, have no interest in corrupt activities, thankfully, and have just put science at the forefront, and they're leading the way internationally. And I've said it and I'll say it again. How dare anyone ever say South Africa is a third world nation when you see the science and innovation that comes out of our country? Just what we saw in Mr. Fourie's presentation should be enough to let us know that we must never be called a third world country, but we're being treated as a third world country. And we ourselves have to change this mindset. Desalinization, I love that idea. I love it. To also stop day zero across the country if we use it properly. Desalinization is expensive, Mr. Fourie. I would have to disagree with you when we say it's a cheaper option. It's very expensive. And technology that we would need to import is going to cost a lot of money. So, Chair, let me leave it with this final thought. Science costs money. Engineers costs money. To train scientists and engineers cost money. We have lost a lot of scientists, a lot of engineers. We need to bring them back home. But to bring them back home, we need to make sure that our government gives us the money to encourage them to come home and encourage innovation and scientific development. Thank you, Chair.
About to press my mic, members, only so you're lucky. Yes, number 3.
She did warn us that she normally competes with the Honorable. Chair, thank you. Firstly, let me acknowledge and appreciate the presentations. And then secondly, let me go straight on to say that while we acknowledge our role in the reduction of carbon emissions, I think we must continue to remain cautious with regards to the weaponization of the climate agenda. What, in my opinion, is the developed world setting the precedents and asking for the developing and third world countries to follow suit, where to a large extent, as we see, and I've mentioned this before in DTIC, as we see with the CBAM regulations that are coming out from Europe, how some of those particular regulations supports the industries, the technology and the technological development in the European countries to the detriment of the developing and third world countries. So I think that we must not take our eye off that particular space. Understanding also that Africa as a continent only contributes to 4% of the current carbon footprint, 4%. So what is South Africa's contribution to the carbon footprint if Africa contributes 4%? And why is Africa and South Africa, in a sense, to a large extent, been subjected to some punitive carbon regulations that we see coming from the developed world? So I think that we must not be blindsided by some of these regulations, and we have to continue to position ourselves to do what is best for South Africa, do what is best for our economy, to do what is best for our citizens and for many of those who are currently unemployed. I also appreciate the focus on the reduction, I think, of our balance of payment and in particular our current account. And when we look at where our current account deficit to GDP currently is, I think in the second quarter it was some 1.5% current account deficit to, or balance of payment deficit to GDP. And in the first quarter, in the second quarter, it's been reduced to some 0.9%. And I think that that needs to be, in particular for us within DTIC, has to be a particular focus. We've got to look at improving our balance of payments so that it satisfies our plans to industrialize and to grow our economy. Chair, having said that, I'd like to maybe just look at some of the competitive advantages that was also spoken of. And I think we need to look at both competitive as well as comparative advantages when one looks at Economics 101. But I noticed that it includes our ports and PGMs, land geographic location. And then there's also, just from some of my research, and also included in one of the presentations, the Fischer-Tropsch technology that was mentioned. Could could there just be a little bit of elaboration on that competitive or competitive advantage that we actually have? The second elaboration that I would like is on the creation of ammonia as a byproduct for the establishment is the creation rather of ammonia a byproduct of the establishing of your green hydrogen, or is it a completely separate process? And then when will we actually see the positive outcomes of the development of ammonia for the production of safe fertilizers? I think it was mentioned that we are importing toxic chemicals into our country. And if these toxic chemicals are being used in our fertilizer, it means we are destroying our agricultural land, and then there's a challenge. So what is the timelines for the introduction of fertilizers that are green, and in particular the ammonia? Our plants, I believe, also need the ammonia, helps with the absorption of hydrogen. So what is for plant growth? So what is that timeline where we are actually able to see the ammonia being used in the fertilizer? Hydrogen is also said to be more flammable than fuel. So one of my concerns, and I haven't heard this in any of the presentations. What are the safety mechanisms? Because if hydrogen leaks, it reacts with the air, and a little spark makes it highly flammable. So I haven't heard any of the safety mechanisms, and obviously there have been. One would hate to think that if there are motor vehicle accidents with green hydrogen vehicles, and the safety mechanisms are not up to standard, what could actually happen as a result? And then finally, Chair, or second to last, the desalination plant's great idea. I've also spoken about it as well in some of my speeches. Absolutely great idea with the challenges that we are facing in South Africa with scarce water in many of our metros. I would like to see that actually being fast-tracked. I know that there are challenges with regards to funding and that it's an expensive process, but there are other countries that are doing it. Israel is doing it. Some of your Arab countries, Saudi Arabia and so on, are doing it. Let's learn from these particular nations and introduce it here in terms of best practice. And then finally, it is said that your biofuels are not financially viable. But the question is, how does Brazil get it right? How does Brazil, one of our partners within BRICS, utilizes hydrogen fuels? It is said that when the price of fuel goes up astronomically, they transition to their hydrogen fuels, and it assists the economy, keeping the price of fuel in Brazil at a low level. And again, I think we need to learn from those particular countries who are able to get it right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Susan.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, sibonga nama presentations from both departments. I would have been covered to some degree by the latter speakers. So my first question would be based on the white paper of the electronic vehicle. Has a feasibility study been conducted? And what were the findings? Obviously, it would also focus on the fact that we're a developing country, as the latter honorable member has indicated. Say that we do get it right in terms of implementation. What would be our focus in terms of market? Would we focus on global market, or would we focus on local market? Again, it goes back to the fact that we're a developing country. These are very key in terms of addressing if we actually going to get it right. And also, I think something that would have been covered in the feasibility study would be the cost implications and risk assessment or risks factors of actually going this route. And then I think I would have my final question based on the first presentation where it speaks about the HYSA student demographics. Then it speaks to students that have been graduated. But before that, it speaks about the gender equity, where it shows or indicates that in the first phase, first and second phase, and the third phase, in terms of males and females, there were more males than females. So then my question would be, we know the cause of this, and if we know the cause, how do we intend on addressing it? And then finally, on the first and second phase, it addresses the gender issue, the race issue, where it indicates that the graduated races, it shows here that more white graduates on the first and second phase were produced by this project. And then on the last phase, it then shows that African or Black Africans were the most graduated. Now, I just need clarity on this one to say, firstly, what is the recruitment process of recruiting these students that are absorbed by this project? And then what then would have been the cause? Then if we speak about transformation or addressing the imbalances of the past, what would be the cause that more white graduates are produced by these projects for the first and second phase, but on the last phase, then it becomes more, or in fact, it's double the white graduates of this project. But then finally, I just want to get clarity on the accumulated for all phases, which would be the page after that. There are no numbers, unfortunately, my apologies. It then shows that Black Africans are 45% in terms of race, and whites are 35%. Now, these are the graduated students, and that is the accumulated for all phases. So it doesn't make sense to me to say in the first two phases of the graduated, or unless if it is inclusive of, oh, now, okay, I think I get to that. I'll just withdraw that last question because I think it's clear. Slalo, I think I'll end there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Hlongo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to both departments today. Chair, let me welcome both or all the presentations that were presented here. I'll go straight to the questions, Chair, as you spoke of time. Chair, the presentation of science, I think, mentions addressing unemployment, poverty, and inequality, but it provides little details on how hydrogen initiatives directly benefit marginalized groups, particularly women, youth, and rural communities. What specific programs or projects will ensure that rural communities, women, and youth are actively included in the hydrogen economy? And the presentation again also, Chair, speaks of gender, race, and national demographics of students, graduates, but there is no clear action plan to increase inclusivity or tackle systematic disparities. And are there any plans to include financial support to small businesses and cooperatives in rural areas to participate in the hydrogen value chain? And Chair, I'd recommend that probably the department include a dedicated section on how marginalized groups and rural communities will directly benefit with specific projects and funding mechanism to support their participation. And on the presentation by DTIC, DTIC. The presentation highlighted a roadmap of regulatory and certification processes for biofuels expected by 2027. How does this timeline align with projected goals for green hydrogen, and what interim measures are being considered to support early market participants? And how will the department balance the need for rapid green hydrogen development with existing commitments to other renewable energy sectors like solar and wind power? Thanks, Chair.
Member Sapo.
Well, thanks, Chair. Just two questions for me from the first presentation. One, to say the presentation indicates that the program itself has contributed in job creation. I just want to check how sustainable are those jobs. That's the first element. The second one is aligned to what Honorable Msezana raised on the beneficiaries from both the universities of technologies and TVET colleges. One, I would understand from the side of the universities of technologies, but then I will struggle to understand on TVET colleges, understanding its curriculum itself. I just want to check if there is any collaboration between the department and the Department of Higher Education in ensuring that the TVET sector, in terms of its curriculum, does prepare its graduates is aligned. In fact, its curriculum is aligned to the program itself, so that graduates can be able to do what they understand. And considering the infrastructure that we have, especially in TVET colleges as compared to universities of technology, I just want to check if there is any collaborations in addressing that. The last thing, Chair, is on the implementation of the roadmap. I just want to check if there are any anticipated challenges, taking into consideration some of the challenges that were raised by Honorable Mazwan, if the department then has plans in ensuring that those challenges does not hinder the implementation of the roadmap itself. Those are the things that I wanted to raise there. Thanks.
Member Zondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I just have few questions. Number one, it will be that, Chair, importing goods often involves significant carbon footprint due to shipping logistics. It also costly due to shipping fees, tariffs, and fluctuating exchange rates. But Chair, encouraging local production of electric vehicles components can significantly boost South Africa's economy. By establishing manufacturing facilities within the country, new jobs can be created across various sectors, including engineering, assembly, logistics, and supply chain management. Job creation is way crucial in South Africa currently, since unemployment rates are high. My question, Chair, will be what measures can be taken to encourage local production of electric vehicles components and reduce reliance on imports? Chair, also, I wanted to check what are the specific timelines for achieving milestones outlined in the Hydrogen Society roadmap. Chairperson, we are now over 240 days without load shedding. I just want to check, has the Hydrogen South Africa assisted to keep South Africa energized? And since its launch in 2007, how has the Hydrogen South Africa assisted with electricity supply? Just wanted to check that, Chair, as well. the transition to green hydrogen economy presents some opportunities in terms of, I think, job creations across sectors. I wanted to check, Chair, do we have any specific training institutions in the country who offers training programs relating to hydrogen technologies? And as to establish, obviously, and equip our workforce for necessary skills related to hydrogen technologies. If not, we don't have such institutions. What are the role that educational institutions can play in fostering the necessary skills for sustainable green hydrogen industry? Chairperson. Then the last one will be, what are the potential economic impacts of transitioning from internal combustion engine vehicles to electrical vehicles? I just want to check that, Chair. Thank you.
Member Mjadu. I'll end up this side.
Chairperson, honorable members, we recognize the potential of the Hydrogen South African program. Okay, sorry. We recognize the potential of the Hydrogen South Africa program, but raises critical concern regarding its alignment with the constitutional principles of equity, transparency, and environmental sustainability. While we support technological progress, it is imperative that this initiative fulfills its obligations under the Bill of Rights, ensuring that benefits are distributed equitably. The establishment of DSTI, DTIC, Commercialization Task Team requires a robust mechanism to safeguard public funds from mismanagement. Furthermore, hydrogen production method must comply with Section 24 of the Constitution, guaranteeing a safe and healthy environment for all citizens. My question is, how will the program meet the constitutional obligations to ensure equitable access to its benefits? What specific accountability framework will be implemented to protect public resources within the task team? How will compliance with constitutional environment protection be ensured in hydrogen production? I thank you. And another thing, I was confused when I saw one of the slides. One of my colleagues mentioned that the deputy president will lead so why is deputy president? That was my concern, because the ruling party is having a history of corruption. This thing involves money. Why it's deputy president? I thank you.
Yeah. Colleague, I think really we mustn't abuse the platform. We must really try and stick to the subject. It's very offensive. I think you must withdraw what you're saying, because that's not how we work here. I'm sure in science and technology, you guys insult each other. We don't do that. Please apologize. Please withdraw what you've just said before we can move on.
Withdraw what? What I've said.
Did you get the presentations and what was presented before you?
Yes, I think there was a slide says.
So why are you insulting the deputy president of the country?
Oh, I withdraw.
Please, we don't work like that.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Member Siata.
Thanks, Chair. I have about 3 questions. The first one being from the 3 questions are all from the first presentation. So the first one is from how I see there's key developments from the hydro programs. And I'm not sure why some provinces are left behind. I'm seeing that there's a geographic spread of some sort. There must be some explanation around why specific provinces are left out. I thought perhaps it would have been because of those TVET colleges, maybe other institutions of higher learning specializing in certain sectors or in, I don't know. But I just tried to figure out what could have been maybe problematic areas and as far as even stakeholders is concerned. The second one there is my issue on the roadmap to a hydro society is one of the tools is the weather and the climate that this program is dependent on. As a country, I think as a continent even, we are experiencing currently unpredictable climate at the moment. Even our own predictions sometimes fail us. From what we know, how seasons are supposed to interrelate to each other, they do not anymore. So I'm just gonna ask how then this roadmap will cover that, or do you have other expertise in place that will be able even manipulate the climate and have climate controls systems in place? Right. So last one. Do we have perhaps a basic education preparation program in place? Because I'd like to believe this is a huge transition as a country. This will enable things like even some patriotism to be inculcated in doing this, because you would want to not just have this as a generic program and say you want to produce this much artisans in this area, you are introducing new learning programs. You would have to root it out at the level of basic education. So there needs to be some innovation in place. There needs to be some preparation some way so that there is interest and ownership of the transition at that level and at the basic level position, so that we have the young ones and the young minds geared around their thinking and thinking patterns into this huge solution orientated mechanism and a transition for us as a country. So I will leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Member Gigaba.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Minister and Deputy Ministers for your presentation, and colleagues from the departments. We appreciate and I think are better enlightened by the presentation. Indeed, it's quite a detailed, involved technical presentation. But there are certain areas which I think members are highlighting. But let me start, Chair, by, I know you have ruled, but I think we ought as honorable members to treat each other's political organizations with better respect. We can accuse and counter accuse with great detail and effectiveness. But I think given that the chair has ruled, we are duty bound to restrain ourselves and shall do so. But I think it is necessary to state it for the fact that the ANC has not been found of any corruption. Individual members may be involved, but I don't think to accuse the ANC of corruption is fair. But Chair, we shall restrain ourselves. Moving on, this program just how ambitious is it? Just how ambitious is it? And in terms of the various aspects that must be achieved, what are the timelines? Particularly if you look at electric vehicle and various aspects. I should say it is understandable why the deputy president or the presidency should coordinate the program, given that there are multiple stakeholders of equal status in terms of ministries and departments, and therefore the presidency as the overarching unit stands a better chance of coordinating all of them and ensuring that all of them meet their obligations within the scheduled timelines. So what are the timelines vis-a-vis the various aspects of the program? Secondly, I think one of the presenters said this green hydrogen program is viewed not just as an energy program, but more as an industrialization opportunity. Now, given that the South African economy is energy intensive, I don't think we should be shy of also seeing it as an energy opportunity to assist us to diversify our energy sources and to use that opportunity to further support the industrialization opportunity, because the two must not be mutually exclusive. But I think the issue that we at some point need to discuss is just how do we intend to industrialize the economy? Just to zone in on the issue of the industrialization. How do we intend to industrialize the economy through such a program and move it away from MEC-related sectors, ensure that we are able to raise the levels of reindustrialization of South Africa to a higher level. But at the same time, how do we do so whilst proceeding cautiously? I think Member Thring was correct about Africa's contribution to the carbon emission ratios globally, and the fact that South Africa still possesses a lot of fossil fuels that employ a lot of people. So we obviously have to think about those aspects and how do we proceed in regard to such issues. Secondly, Chair, perhaps thirdly, the issue of, one of the things that we would have wanted to see from the presentation is the presentation of the technical aspects. The presentation of what I've indicated of the industrialization opportunities. They were presented, but I think a little bit more. But on the other hand, the presentation of transformation opportunities. Here we have an opportunity to really change the ownership, management, and skills patterns of our economy and create new money. Ensure that there are new players who have a significant role in the economy, who don't depend for financing, for share equity on existing stakeholders, but who can emerge supported by these opportunities. And that then brings the issue of the roles of the IDC, of other DFIs, and even the financial sector itself. Because if we want to industrialize the economy significantly and change ownership patterns, the financial sector has to play a different role than the one it's playing, where it's conservative, it supports existing interests, it reinforces the status quo, doesn't allow us to move beyond existing owners of the economy. Now, we would want that type of engagement as well. So you've got the hydrogen energy, you've got the electric vehicle, you've got the upstream, the downstream sectors. How do we use all of this and other opportunities to create new value, new wealth, new owners of the economy, new skills? And one of the things, therefore, is among the 6 actions, I don't know whether that was a typo or it was deliberate, but it still sounds okay. 6 actions. Perhaps one of the actions should be the creation of centers of knowledge where skills are created, where research and development takes place, where existing experience is codified for future reference and use. If you look at various, let me take out of previous experience, smart card companies, global OEMs involved in the smart card industry, they actually have campuses where they train, they research, they develop. That's why the chips that are used in smart cards are getting smaller and smaller and more advanced in terms of their capabilities. So I would like to raise that, whether it's a consideration. I'm sure it is, but I would like to raise that. And finally, Chair, the issue of the new electric vehicle, I think, again, what are its capabilities, not just in terms of internal combustion engines, but in terms of future technologies that now characterize new vehicles of the future, artificial intelligence and so on. And what will be the role of Africa in this regard as a contributor, as a beneficiary, as an investment destination, as a collaborator in this type of work? Because one thing that we cannot do is to separate South Africa from the African continent. And I think, given the sheer size of the market, one of the ACFTA, but on the other hand, that the African population is growing in leaps and bounds far ahead of any other population in the world. And it's the population of the future. How do we view the African continent vis-a-vis this type of project that we are implementing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Gigaba. I think this represents the market disruption, because, for instance, we are replacing fuel with hydrogen, and currently fuel contributes about 3.2% of our GDP and employs about almost 250,000 people. I have not had a proposition that seeks to say we are moving ahead because here are the socio-economic benefits for South Africa. Because as Member Tring was saying, it can't just be a weaponization. And I want to make this practical examples. I think Minister and the TM will be familiar with this example. we were told of this climate change situation, and then we closed Komati. It was giving South Africa 2,700 megawatts. It was replaced by renewables, and we got 200. And we had a crisis in the country, amongst many other problems. Now, as members are saying that China, the USA, and Europe, the three major countries, are three major emitters by far compared to Africa, not even South Africa. Even the whole continent is like 3.8% to be precise. Can we say with certainty to the people of South Africa, this is strategic, this must be done? Or we're just following the trend because the world is telling us that let's move this way? And who else is moving at our pace as the country, so that we can get an appreciation? Literally, you are given 10 years. You know, if you go out here, we're from the airport, there's just too many cars here. You cannot remove them in 10 years. It's impossible. Between now and 2035 is 10 years. You will not replace the current system. I think we want to have this conversation in light of these issues. Now, the second thing that I wanted to raise is that, so there is a demonstration in one of the presentation of a motorbike, of a forklift, of a fuel cell, and. Where is the SA homemade product that we can say out of this transition, South Africa benefited? We had our car or our motorbike or even our bike for that matter that is fueled by this new technology. What is at stake here for South Africa? Because it can't just be a transition for the sake of transition. It must be a transition that is going to benefit us as a country. So when we're reading through this presentation, we picked up that there is actually two countries, very, very interesting countries. I think if I'm not mistaken, is Bhutan and Sumarine that have got zero carbon footprint. And these two countries are very small. Somewhere in the Caribbean, somewhere India, China border, they are very small. And perhaps it's easy to transition in light of that. So if you go to Johannesburg, Durban, just the major cities, we have just too many of these engine combustion cars. So we have to have this conversation so that we can say, what do we do? Thirdly, the issue of just transition. And now in one of the presentation, I wasn't sure and I was tempted that maybe I must ask. There's a lot of figures here, 10 billion there, 13 billion there, lots and lots of figures in one of the pages. I think it's page 18 on the first DTI presentation. So I wanted to know, is that an investment into South Africa, or that's the loan that we are going to be taking for those projects for South Africa, so that we can distinguish? Because there has been a general complaint that that money that we want and get there, we've not really accounted to the people of South Africa. And the reality is that we have too much coal. China is building 143 coal-powered stations as we speak. And we're not advocating, we're advocating for clean energy for the reason that have been stated, but we're saying the other major developing economies as we speak. Minister, over the weekend, there was a funeral at home, so we went to Mpumalanga. Between Emelo and Piet Retief, that I've never seen so many trucks stacked, proper, coal to Richards Bay. Huge economy. So if there is this market disruption, can we justify the consequences as the country so that we can say, yeah, the economic benefits and we're able to do those things? The fourth area is that would like to hear more about the downstream industries, including components. South Africa can't just be, you know, we can't just be assembly point for these things. We can't become a spectator. And we need to hear some cases. You must tell us that in India, in China, in Russia, in Germany, or wherever, whatever country, they have transitioned. This is how this thing is contributing to the economy, and this is what it means for us as a country. The other issue is what the colleagues are raising on the reskilling of the labor force. Because the petrol attendants, if we don't speak for them, nobody's going to speak for them. We don't know how this animal called hydrogen is going to, whether it's going to use the same stations, what kind of training you need, do you use the same technology, and, so that we can say that as a country, we are going to prepare ourselves and make sure that we are then able to make our contribution. So we would like to hear the ministers and deputy ministers and the team on these issues that have been asked by honorable members. Issues that can be answered, we can answer them here. Issues that require further research, because we always need to be fair to our team. In 5 days, we normally get responses for the colleagues. So I would like to hand over to the minister and the deputy ministers. Or before that, sorry, the co-chair here also has not come in. Let me allow the co-chair, and then from there, if the team was ready, I would say that let's take lunch and then to allow the team to formulate answers maybe, and then lunch for 30 minutes. When we come back, we hand over to the minister and deputy ministers and the team, then we can conclude the meeting. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Co-Chair. You know, for me, Chair, is not much. I would have loved to see the presentation at the end saying that we're going to also partner, because I saw that there's a partnership with, is it Toyota? That Toyota is producing a certain number of cars. But it would have been nice to see that there's a partnership with, what is this cars that you are driving, that you are being driven on BMWs, ministers and deputy ministers, that maybe we go to BMW and start with ourselves, because we cannot now come with innovation that we are not going to test ourselves. I feel like we must be the first consumers of our innovation. Government is big, if we can start there, maybe we can disrupt properly. We can disrupt the market properly. Let us start with all spheres of government, from national, provinces, and to mayors. Anyone who uses a government car, anyone, anywhere where we purchase these cars, let us go and say, we are disrupting this thing. Let us start with ourselves. BMW, if you are producing cars that we are purchasing for government, all these government cars, even the police cars, all cars that we are using, if we were to come with that plan and say that, I would say that this is a real disruption of the economy. Because at the pace that we are at, and the passion that we want to put on these innovations that we are coming with, it's like we're going to disrupt ourselves. The world really is not moving with us. We are not producing any car. We're not producing anything. When we speak of industrialization, where are we saying that this is the production side? Where is the end product going? Why are we focusing only on partnerships with companies that are already operating? Why are we not saying, let us have our own industrial side where we are producing these vehicles that we are talking about, so that if we want members of the society, of our society, to say, to trust our innovation, why don't we trust it ourselves first? Because we can't say we want them to trust this innovation and be consumers of the innovation, but we're not disrupting anyone. We have coal that can last us for more than 100 years. If we're facing it off in this way of just energy transition, because it is said to be an unclean energy and our carbon emission is not even at more than 1%, who are we disrupting? That is, these are the things that are going on in my head. Who are we disrupting? It's like we're disrupting ourselves, because we have coal, but we're not the biggest carbon emitters in the world. The biggest carbon emitters might not even have the amount of coal that we have. Who do we seek to disrupt? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, member.
Because I'm terribly sorry to interrupt both of you. Chair, the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation was informed that we stay in this joint committee until 1 o'clock. So there are members of the committee that have commitments now after the meeting, because we weren't supposed to stay with you for lunch and then for the second part. So you'll see on the agenda, it says questions, then responses, then lunch, and then your committee carries on, but our committee then leaves. So I'm afraid there's those of us that have commitments that can't stay later. So I don't know what we're going to do about this, chairs.
But just before the chair, honorable members, we adopted the amended agenda to take all three presentations, because initially we're supposed to take yours and then you leave, which we thought, but we thought it would be better for all of us to have the same understanding on all three issues. We wanted to plead for the indulgence on those who don't have meetings to stay. I don't think the department will take an hour after lunch to respond to us. Other things, because you've asked critical questions, because we also use this session as a session for us to appreciate the amount of work that is being done by government in the main, and so that we can better articulate the position. But we will respect those members who will disappear, but we wanted to plead for the indulgence, those members who can still stay to stay, and then we'll make sure that we coordinate their responses. Thank you. Over to you, Chairperson.
I wanted to add on your response, because we've agreed that portfolio members, the part of science was going to stop at 1 o'clock. Not that we leave, we stop there. It will end at 1 o'clock. So if there's a member that has commitment somewhere, let it not be that all members of science and technology portfolio, they leave because it's now 1 o'clock. Let it be that we sit. If there are those that have commitment, they can just write, they can put it in writing that they have other commitments and excuse us without taking the entire portfolio committee. But the idea is for all of us to be here until we get all responses. But I don't think that all members have commitment. I know other portfolio committees are sitting tomorrow. So if you want to leave now, I don't know where you might be going.
No, we don't want to make science and technology to fight in front of us. I think let's take lunch, and then when we come back, we'll then respond and the meeting will conclude. I don't think we'll take more than an hour after lunch. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. If we can please take our seats. Can you kindly inform those who are outside so that we can proceed with the meeting? Yeah. Can we please allow everyone to come in? So I believe there is a lady who lost a cell phone in the bathroom, and I didn't go there personally, so I'm just announcing. I don't want to be called to ethics. What was I looking for there? So that cell phone is available just at the back here if you've forgotten your cell phone somewhere. Thank you very much, colleagues. We will now proceed with the answers, then we will then have two concluding remarks very briefly, and then I'm sure we've tried to lobby the minister there that we are in his hands. He can take us for 3 hours, we won't complain, but if you can take an hour, we'll be happy. But we are up to you. Over to you, Minister and the team.
We've agreed that science, technology, and innovation will go first.
No, thank you, Minister. Yeah, we agree that we'll go first. We'll be very brief, chairpersons, with our responses. I will allow the team to respond, but whilst allowing them, let me take this one of the Deputy President with the honorable members. I know it has been raised. Why do we say the Deputy President would lead? Thank you very much, Honorable Igaba. I think you were spot on. When we look at the role players that are in the green hydrogen sector, there are so many. Oh, am I audible now? Thank you. There are so many role players in the sector. And the reason why it was agreed that we elevate, this is elevated to the office of the Deputy President. Maybe the language is to, if we say is the leader, we're not saying everything is going to be done by the President, the Deputy President, not at all. It's going to be coordinated so that even to coordinate, just to break the silos that are there. Let me make an example. We have a lot of people that are taking part, are playing a role when it comes to the issues of green hydrogen, starting from government departments. We have got Department of Electricity and Energy. We've got us, Science and Technology. There's a role played by DTIC, a role played by Mineral and Resource, so many of us. So the role of the presidency of why it was elevated to that level is for the Deputy President to be able to coordinate us all and say, what is it that we do as South Africa when it comes to the issue of green hydrogen, and what is our role as a country? And above that all, it's not only us as government, we've got also role players, even from the private sector. Even when we go to other platforms, it could be the national platforms, the conferences, we go as South Africa. It's easier to go there, having been coordinated as South Africa, to have our input as South Africa is to say, this is our contribution, this is what we are doing. So that is the reason why it was elevated to that level. And if you can go through the presentation, that is what was agreed upon at the cabinet, as to say, let the office of the Deputy President coordinate, let it be elevated to that office so that it's easier for the coordination to be taken at that level. But also, we also want to address the fact that yes, STI for us, really, our role, our major role when it comes to the issue of green hydrogen, it's on R&D, it's on setting up and making sure that things can happen. It's on piloting. So that is why even if you can see the map where we are saying where our projects are, it's mostly on piloting on what we have researched on as to say what is possible to happen. When it comes to elevating, upscaling it, industrializing it, that is why we rely on other departments like we are here today to say, DTIC, this is what we are capable of doing as a country. How can we make sure that we upscale and we industrialize and we broaden the scale? So for the question is to say, why are we not even being visible in other areas? Really, that is where we found partnership. That is where we have agreed with those that we have partnered with, even the local municipalities where we were piloting our projects. Let me make an example of this car, the electric car that we did, that is even operational now at the university, in Nelson Mandela University. You can find that car is operational, it's taking students around, and we're proud of that. Then now we're in the position to say, this is what we are capable of doing as a country. How best can we broaden those capabilities that we're having as a country to make sure that we expand on such projects in such a way that we can even commercialize. So that is our mandate as a department to say, how do we broaden on the capabilities that we are having as a country? But also working with the schools, as the question was asked. We are there in all the schools. We're working very well with the Department of Basic Education, working very well with the Department of Higher Education and Training in such a way that we even have part of making sure that whatever students are doing, the learners, even the teachers themselves, when it comes to the IPs, when they come up with new innovation, the strategies, the ideas they come up with, we even make sure that we cover them in their IPs. So recently, I think it was in Vembe in Limpopo, there is a grade 9 learner who just came up with it's a water, that car that he uses water. We know by now he's being headhunted by a lot of companies because they want to know what is it that he has put on in that kind of the vehicle that he's having. We are busy now. We have make sure that we protect the IP for that learner. And that is part of our mandate to say, how do we work with basic education, with teachers, with learners, with higher education, and make sure that we protect the IPs that they come up with. So in most of the time, if you see, as you question, what are we doing with the TVETs? Why are we not all over? It's part of the pilot, but it's work in progress. So there's so much really that we still say we need to do subject even to the funding part of it that was raised. But let me hand over to you, DG, so that you can respond to the specific questions that were raised in some of the specification and questions. And DDG, just respond briefly so that we don't take a lot of time. But we are open, chairpersons, on very critical discussions that were raised by honorable members, like the issues of CBAM. We're very interested, even as the department, what the stringent measures that the EUs are putting up, the impact that they're having on our companies as a country, and the impact that we are going to be subjected to as the consumers if it continues as it is. So those are the discussions that really that we are all interested in doing. We always sit down as the department and say, what is the impact of such things really? So that discussion as to saying, is it a political discussion or is the discussion that is based on scientific facts? As to say, really, the issue of carbonization is affecting, and the stringent measures that are put are really affecting us. So we are really open and we wish really next time, chairpersons, if ever we can get such an opportunity, we'll be very happy to be part of such discussions and say, what is it that we can contribute as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation when it comes to such. DG, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, DM. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions. I will hand over to DDG Rakeshni and Mandy to do a number of the technical questions that were asked, and then they will hand back to me to address some of the questions, especially around the demographics, and also when we see if we can also submit written responses to the committee. Over to you, Rakesh.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, to the chairs and honorable members. In terms of the question as to what is happening globally and where does South Africa sit with its partners, we have done quite extensive benchmarkings, especially when we delivered on the Hydrogen Society roadmap in terms of delivering on a technical.
If you can, your mic, we can't hear you.
Go back. There we go. Is this better? Yeah. We found that as an example, Australia has partnered with countries like Japan, with Korea, Germany, and they're establishing and mapping hydrogen routes, energy routes. Netherlands is also investing in its infrastructure and pilot projects on industrial applications, especially around port infrastructure. And this infrastructure, it's also happening in the UAE and a number of the global north countries. Now, infrastructure in this regard is expensive, especially around pipelines, liquefaction plants, tankers, trucks, storage facilities, compressors, even dispensers. And the technology is, even though it's at large scale, we haven't yet found a regulatory framework for how it's going to be shipped and transported. As an example, Japan and Australia have come together and partnered. They've built the first test hydrogen cargo ship, and in 16 days, this ship, which was manufactured at Kawasaki, moved liquid hydrogen from Kobe to Australia. And the challenge is that we did a site visit recently, and we said, what are you doing with the liquid hydrogen? And the first thing was that we don't have a regulatory framework. So the liquid hydrogen just stays in tanks until we have a global regulatory framework. And Japan is an example there. So I think everyone's navigating the space on the regulation therefrom. In terms of countries that are competitors, or what are they doing and where do we fare in all of this, we have very strong relations with Namibia. DM recently represented us there, and they are seeing South Africa as their biggest competitor. We have other countries on the continent, such as Kenya, Morocco, Egypt, and of course, South America and other global South countries. In terms of what support are we doing to bring on board SMMEs and marginalized groups and women, we work with the Technology Innovation Agency, which is an agency of the department, in terms of SMME support. And the work goes across the country. They have a seed fund, they have a pre-seed fund, so even testing an idea or a hypothesis. As an example, the water-fueled car that the young learner had developed. This is TIA's work. They're reaching out and supporting, but the school's very strict. As an example, it's exam times. Do not disturb our students in this time. But the problem is that the technology is so innovative, we have to patent it. We have to protect it. And of course, protect the interests of the learner as well. The work that we are doing in terms of the coal economy and ensuring we save jobs in this space. Mandy had shared a slide earlier. What's the biggest issue therein is about, I can't quite find it right now, but it's we've utilized carbon capture and utilization technology. We have deployed it at a cement factory in Dwaalboom, And the results were quite interesting. So we then piloted it in March earlier this year at Kelvin Power Station. And the byproducts therefrom, fertilizer salts, can be utilized. And it's actually been created. We're using it, and the communities around these plants are actually utilizing it, whether it's subsistence farmers or small-scale farmers. So that's been demonstrated, and currently there's a due diligence committee that has been established with Eskom, and Eskom has identified Fruitfly as a suitable test site for this technology to be deployed. But firstly, carbon capture and utilization technology is expensive. It's IP intensive, and this type of suitability assessment at the techno-economics level, engineering level, and what the flue gas composition is, and how can the pilot scale demonstration plant be most effective based on that chemical composition is currently being evaluated. So perhaps Acting DG, I hand over to you on the skills and the marginalized community project. Amanda, you want to add?
Thank you so much. Once again, good afternoon, chairpersons, honorable members. Thank you for this opportunity to respond to some of the questions. I'm just going to respond to two technical questions. One of the honorable members just wanted us to confirm if ammonia is indeed a byproduct of hydrogen. Yes, it is. Basically, it's involving the Haber-Bosch process, where you just mix nitrogen as well as green ammonia to produce ammonia at high temperatures. So that's basically, that's why we're saying that even the importance of carbon capture and utilization, it does contribute to the hydrogen economy, because if you look at the conversion of the flue gas material or flue gas gases, and then it gives you the actual nitrogen that you can mix with the green hydrogen, and then you get to produce ammonia, which can be utilized as in the fertilizer production, as a refrigerant, as well as making plastics and other products. So that's the benefit of ammonia. And then the other part that I wanted to sort of clarify and confirm, the honorable member wanted confirmation in terms of the Fischer-Tropsch capability. How are we thinking when we're talking about that? You would find that in the Fischer-Tropsch capability, basically what it involves is it's a conversion of syngas, which is more like a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and then then you produce what we call hydrocarbon chains, which is through the gasification process. So in that process, what it entails is the skills that are needed is the skills to be able to navigate from high temperatures, also making sure that the high temperatures and pressures, you are able to adjust from one temperature range to the other. So we are saying that the same kind of skills and the competencies are required by engineers and technology specialists when you navigate in the production of green ammonia and green hydrogen. So we are saying, as the country through Sasol, and you've built those competencies, you've got this skill force that is currently there that can also support and can be integrated in the production of green ammonia and green hydrogen. And then last but definitely not least, I wanted also just to add on one of the honorable members asking how did we contribute through the HISA program when it came to the challenges, the electricity challenges or power outages. I think in one of my slides you would have seen there is a deployment that we did when there were high levels of power outages. We deployed a fuel cell system at Windsor East Clinic in Randburg. And that system, it was acting as a backup power system, so that when we have power outages in the clinic, it's able to then power the fridge that was keeping the vaccine, TB vaccines. So that is one way we were showing capability that indeed at light scale, this can be a possibility. We also looked at in terms of in the education sector, we also deployed a fuel cell system at Poelano Secondary School in Ventersdorp in Northwest. And there it became an important component because even the principal was telling us that the grant that they're getting from Department of Basic Education, it doesn't last them for the whole year. But when we put in the fuel cell system, what it meant was that they didn't need to buy from ESCOM to buy electricity. So they could be able to power the critical components that they need for the school, as well as even some of them, they would even translate it and also convert it to some of the neighbors that are located within the school. So that is the benefit that we could contribute as part of our contribution towards the electricity challenge at that time. And also the one military hospital where we're powering 7 fuel cell systems that were powering the health facilities to support the COVID-19 patients. So that is one of those few key milestones or key deployments that we contributed through the Hydrogen South Africa program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Rakeshni. In terms of the questions around the gender imbalance as well as the racial results in terms of phase 2 and phase 3, the program is almost 20 years old, and to anchor it as an emerging technology, we decided to cast a wider net initially. Hence, you see that program phase 2 and phase 1, like you said, there were more white people that had qualified. But over time, then it was important in order to balance to address the issues of redress, we went into like focused interventions to make sure that we are addressing the Black communities of our country. Hence, you see the profile shift. With regard to the gender balance, it is more or less the same. And with now looking at women being important in role playing as well, there are focused interventions to make sure that the number grows over time. We work with the energy and water sector, as well as the DHET program in terms of skills development. It is funded by the DSTI, but we hope that over time we get other partners to work with us. The jobs, unfortunately, at this point are not sustainable. It is an internship placement program, but hopefully over time it improves. Thank you very much, members. We will also be submitting within 5 days the written responses to all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose it's for us to proceed with the replies. And just a few comments before the colleagues come in, and we'll try and be within the framework within the timelines that the chair has indicated at DG. First, I think it's important to make the point around the just energy transition and the issue of other countries positioning themselves in such a way that they benefit from the energy transition at the expense of developing economies, and the context within which the debates are happening, and why it's important for us to continue to pursue arguments in favor of a just energy transition. The first is that, of course, we all agree that the impact of climate change is detrimental, and therefore we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and meet the targets that have been set for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. However, as a country, together with many countries in the developing South, we have argued that, in fact, such a transition should be just. And the emphasis being on the justice, and I think the chair made the example about Komati, which demonstrated how a transition can be unjust. Because in reality, the number of people that lost jobs, impact on the local economy, the depression of the community as a result of the intervention in commodities, demonstrating why the transition, in fact, if it is not just, can have a detrimental impact. So if South Africa wakes up and says, we want to close down all the coal-fired plants, we're essentially closing down an entire province. And until and unless we have mechanisms of ensuring that we have justice in the transition that takes into account local economies, local communities, local enterprises, and the impact on the overall economy, if we don't do that, then it becomes an unjust transition. And thus we have continued to argue that the principle of common but differentiated responsibility based on respective capabilities is an important principle for the global world to continue to support. So as our delegation is in Baku at the COP summit, part of the mandate for that delegation is to ensure that we maintain these principles so that such justice is achievable, that you don't have a transition that is to the detriment of our economies and to the detriment of our people. And of course, it's a complex issue, but it's something that we need to continue to maintain. And we have begun to experience the reality of, in fact, if such a principle is not adopted, what the implications are. Let's look at, for example, the example that was made around Secunda and the fact that we now have capability to produce green aviation fuel, but the standards on the other side, based on those with better capability and resources, is that we must decarbonize the entire Secunda plant, as opposed to decarbonizing the parts that contribute towards the green aviation fuel. And we say, but no, that principle is wrong. We are able to provide this fuel within a reasonable time, but you are now saying, no, don't just decarbonize the production line of the green aviation fuel, decarbonize the entire plant for this to be recognized as green aviation fuel. And we're saying, but it's not workable, it's not practical, it's unjust, and all those points that we're making. So I'm making this point because it is not as if when we make these arguments, we are not cognizant of the impact on our own economy and the positioning that we take with respect to different policy decisions that are made. We're cognizant of the fact that at some point gas was considered as not constituting green fuel, but because of challenges faced by others, they were able to accommodate gas and say, well, you know, it's a transition fuel now. It's a transition fuel, so we won't penalize you. So they are using their economic muscle and power to muscle us out of the opportunities, but to also benefit themselves. And we need to continue to be conscious and cognizant of that reality and continue to make our arguments in such a way that we make advances in that regard. So we say that CBAM is to the detriment of developing economies. It is not accepting the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. It's common because all of us must contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. It is differentiated because we don't have similar capacity. We simply don't have the similar resource base. And it must be based on our capability and capacity. And that's why that principle is so important in this process. And we need to continue to defend it and pursue platforms where such can be recognized and reinforced. But on the other hand, we do have a competitive advantage when it comes to, amongst others, green hydrogen. And what is our competitive advantage? Amongst others, we have, as indicated, some of the leading IP and technology in the Fischer-Tropsch technology and other technology that's been developed. We have capability to generate hydrogen anyway. We do generate hydrogen anywhere as a country. I had the privilege of visiting the Sasol site in the Free State. And in visiting that site, the Sasolburg plant, in visiting that site, they demonstrated that actually we do generate hydrogen, but we're flaring it into the atmosphere because there's no demand for it and we don't use the bulk of it. So what is excess hydrogen we're flaring? What we need to do is to change the energy source. So if you have green energy, then you change the same technology and just convert it into green hydrogen. So in reality, we have that capability already. And of course, we're blessed with some of the world's best climatic conditions that are in favor of generating cleaner energy sources. We've got the wind and we've got the sun. And that's what places the coastal provinces at the advantage because they tend to have greater wind speeds and consistency of wind, but also the sun. So the climatic conditions make those provinces more suitable for the production of such energy. Now it is about putting together the production of this energy and the production of hydrogen and pulling them together so that you can convert into green hydrogen. But we also have the advantage that there are markets that are looking at us as an opportunity to procure green hydrogen from. Amongst others, Japan, South Korea, the EU have expressed appetite to procure these energy sources from us. So it's part of what we're thinking about when we're talking about the export market, because essentially the idea is that we would be at the coast, would produce the hydrogen, we would literally ship it into these markets and be able to grow our economy at the back of the export of green hydrogen. So there's that additional benefit that we get from this. Of course, we also have to go through a process of decarbonizing our own industries to be more competitive, but also in line with our own obligations towards the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a great opportunity to decarbonize our own economy and industries. But this discussion is also happening within the overall context of industrialization opportunities based on what in fact is a redefinition or repositioning our economy in terms of the minerals, energy and industrial complex. So we have the benefit of the energies of the past, the energy sources of the past. We've got the legacy of coal, etc., but we also have the benefit of platinum. So you have the best of both worlds, if you know what I mean. You have the energy sources and the minerals, critical minerals, that constitutes part of what these new technologies demand, both on the energy side, but also on the digital side of the economy. You've either got them yourself, when we have a significant number of these minerals and critical minerals in our country, or we've got them in close proximity to South Africa in the region. So we've got countries, Zambia, Tanzania, DRC, on our doorstep, literally, that we're working on collaborating with, so that we can have industrialization at source, so that when you think about these technologies of the future, we can maximize industrial opportunities within the region and maximize the opportunities in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So there's that additional benefit that we're able to derive from that cooperation in the region. But say, if we collaborate and we, if you like, defend ourselves, we're very conscious of the fact that the Lupito corridor is about taking these critical minerals from the eastern parts of the continent to the western parts so that they can be shipped out of the continent to the US. That's why the US is investing in this corridor, a huge investment on our doorstep to take the minerals out of the continent and plunder the minerals as is happening. So countries, the East, the West, are all coming into Africa to plunder our mineral resources to the benefit of their own transition. So we have to start saying, well, this cooperation amongst ourselves gives us a greater opportunity to drive industrialization and reindustrialization. I think the presentations on green hydrogen and electric vehicles speak to the transition of the productive economy, and a successful execution will allow South Africa to maintain and expand its industrial capability. But that we're doing this not just as South Africa, but now we have opportunity to integrate our efforts with our sister countries on the continent. And in many ways, there is an opportunity to deepen value chains in South Africa and on the continent. So for us, the opportunities are abundant, but positioning and timing is going to be critical. The reality is that Namibia is moving at an incredible speed with regards to green hydrogen. The other countries on the continent in the region, as indicated, Minister Ramokgopa is chair of the Alliance on Green Hydrogen in Africa. There are a lot of efforts around green hydrogen. On the continent, there are efforts in other countries, in Chile and other countries that have the demonstrable capability to produce green hydrogen. And they are positioning themselves for these opportunities. So the speed with which we move will determine whether, in fact, we can benefit from the transition or whether, in fact, we'll be left behind. Because part of our reality is that if we export 63% of our automotive production capability to the EU, 63% exported, and the bulk of that, 45% or so, to the EU and the UK. And both have said that, well, by 2035, we're not going to buy ICE vehicles. If we don't transition, then we can't sell the vehicles. We simply would not be able to sell the vehicles. We're beginning to experience change in demand in these countries. So we have to transition because we have to produce to meet their demand. These are our customers. We can't not think about our customers when we think about how we industrialize and sell to the rest of the world. And I agree that I think Chair would indicated that there's a degree to which we need to have appetite to make transitions in our country. But we repeat the point that we can't make a transition that is to the detriment of our economy. It must be to the benefit of our economy in as much as we meet our obligations to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. But DG can come in. I hope I met your mandate and summarize the issues so that you don't speak for too long.
I think, in actual fact, Minister, I think with the summary that you've provided, you would have answered most of the questions that were asked to us. The one question that maybe may be remaining would be the one from Honorable Kigaba on energy, the energy sector and the emerging opportunities there and opportunities for transformation that come with that. And of course, being a new sector, it provides us the best opportunity for transition. And on that point, we would agree with yourselves. I would just ask the colleagues from IDC if they can just deal with some of the timelines, mindful that some of these things are projects that are managed by the private sector. Not necessarily the pilots are managed by the private sector. Government is an important key role player there, but there are some of them that have important milestones. There were questions asked also by Honorable Siete on the spatial dimensions of some of the projects, and they are again a reflection of where the opportunities are arising, as opposed to a conscious decision by government to exclude other provinces. And I'll just maybe ask colleagues from IDC if they can just deal with those two, but the rest, Minister, I think has been well covered by the responses of yourself and the Deputy Minister. I don't know, is that you, Joy? Yes, and it's 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. On the spatial, as the ADG suggests, it's largely where the opportunities currently exist. So within the Vaal Triangle, which covers the Free State and Gauteng, it's very much a focus on decarbonization of existing industry. And then on the coastal regions, it would be leveraging the desalination opportunities as well as the renewable abundance in those coastal regions, as well as access to port that makes those provinces the priority provinces for the deployment of green hydrogen, well, for the commercialization of green hydrogen. The use cases that we are seeing will be used in mine decarbonization and in communities with access to fuel cells. So from a deployment perspective, it really will be a national initiative, but projects which are spatially located. And we also are focusing on the spatial location in order to increase the demand in the hubs for the green hydrogen production, rather than the green hydrogen having a single use case. It really is about creating a Richards Bay from ALUSAF as opposed to just creating a project. So very much spatially focused. I just want to touch on the desalination cost, mentioning that. So just to provide feedback, desalination is expensive in comparison to water that's available through municipalities, potable water. But the value in hydrogen is it's a very small overall cost component of the cost of green hydrogen. And because we can overbuild without impacting the cost of green hydrogen, both renewable energy and desalination plants, there's the added benefit of water and energy to those remote communities. On the timeline, what we did say when we brought the commercialization strategy is that we will look at whether there are any incentives or support necessary in order to accelerate the hydrogen commercialization value chain. We are seeing one of the key global reasons for hydrogen projects announced not moving to finalization is securing that final offtake arrangement. So it is something that we are looking at as to how we can accelerate deployment. Offtake was not as great a priority when we developed SASL and AMSO, but in the current funding market, offtake is absolutely key. If we look at just one project, so we've asked about ammonia, the East London, or rather the Kucha project that is being looked at, which is roughly a $4.9 billion project, is aiming to reach the final investment decision by middle of next year. That would then translate to a financial close in middle of 2026, and then with the first ammonia being produced in 2029. So those are sort of timelines on the mega scale projects, but we do need to look at some smaller interventions as well, subject to the cost being feasible. Thank you, DG.
Then I think it was Honorable Mazoni who asked about whether other countries would be happy with the pace of innovation away from the traditional sources of fuel. Minister has dealt with the one part that we responding to a demand push that is pushing us towards safe types of technologies and fuels. And the other part is that we have to ready ourselves either as a pioneer, and our position as a small economy is actually an advantage in this case. I could hear how smaller companies are generally more agile and able to transition faster. Here we've got that also as an asset. And whatever we do here would not necessarily be earth-shattering to demand for global fuel, such that countries would be looking to us. We have to determine our own destiny on this. And we are doing it in the context of agreed agreements on how to deal with this issue of climate change. So I think the risk of other countries looking at what we are doing in a negative way, almost a retaliating, inducing type of behavior is very minimal. What we have to do is we have to maintain our nimbleness of doing as we are talking and looking at what the rest of the globe is doing at the same time. The issue was raised that we were asked to close one of our coal-fired station at a time where we also experienced the highest volumes of exports to the very countries that were telling us to decarbonize. So we do have to kind of navigate this with our eyes fully opened. Otherwise, we will run into issues. And then maybe before giving back to Minister DM Godlimbi on that issue of the financial sector and the potential there for it to behave slightly different from how it has done previously. And then to Minister, thank you.
Tricky one. Perhaps let me start off with sort of, because that was asked by Honorable Kikawa, but there's something that was said by Honorable Mazone, which sort of ties into this as well. She was saying that the costs of the just transition technologies are quite steep, and that sort of leads us into defaulting or not keeping up with the timelines on our climate commitments one way or the other. And the other point was about, I think she said, the strategic importance of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in everything that we're doing. As a general rule, if we want to get to where we want to go, we need to up the percentage of GDP expenditure on research and development to be about 5%. And we're currently sitting at 0.85%. So we have like a 4.15% gap on the amount of expenditure that has to go to R&D if we are to get South Africa to the level of technological output that we need. Is this going to be state-led quantum of capital? No, it can't be. It's about the entire continent. I think it ties into what then Honorable Kikawa is asking. Let's not think about it only in the context of hydrogen, Honorable Kikawa, but in the context of industrial policy as a general rule, about what exactly are the investment patterns in the South African economy and what do we do about it? We run on a couple of assumptions that sometimes don't check out in reality. We assume, for instance, that the flow of finance in the economy will follow some rational pattern. That if there are emerging sectors with high potential for growth and so on, almost automatically finance will flow towards that direction. And we assume that if there's perfect availability of information in the market, then those who are holding capital, they will do that. But that in South Africa has not been happening for a very long time. And sometimes the failure of investment choices, even where government wants to go and take the lead, is the absence of the complementary effect on the part of the private sector. So it's a hard discussion that we have to have. Of course, when we unveil, and I don't want to keep on saying this thing, when the minister reads out the new industrial strategy, it will include dimensions of what we think could be a conversation with the private sector so that we can move private resources and public resources towards one sort of strategic approach to industrial investment. There are controversial things that we've raised before, even in this portfolio committee, about where we think some of this funding could be sourced. But because we are not discussing that today, I'm not going to get into the detail of it. Suffice to say, the DTIC is very interested, Honorable Kikaba, in having a conversation with the South African financial sector about how we can restructure the functioning of the South African capital markets in a manner that optimally channels capital towards these sectors of the economy. It could be hydrogen today, it could be the entire critical minerals value chain, it could be towards steel. There's a whole range of sectors that we want to have a discussion with them on so that we can improve output. I think the other point that you had raised, Honorable Kikaba, was about how do we get the transformation dimension into the equation? How do we get more Black people into owning? I think you spoke about owning. It's another important dimension of it, about how we forge partnerships. The DG actually was just sharing something that the European Union is doing as of today. So the European Union says to the Chinese, you are leading in the green technologies front. We are now going to impose a condition on you guys for technological transfers, which is essentially about building domestic European ownership in intellectual property on green technologies. This is part of what we want to include into that industrial strategy. I'm raising the European example so that when we raise it, it's not frowned upon as some lunatic thing that South Africans are doing. Virtually everyone is taking that route to say, we will build these partnerships, but we're thinking sustainability, and that includes intellectual property transfers in these critical sectors of the economy, because you don't want to say there's an investment in this thing, the best thing we can call for is a 30% shareholding. Sure, that helps us in the short to medium term, but for the long run, you do want a situation where South Africans themselves are the lead innovators and investors on that front. And technological transfer is your best bet, because sometimes capital follows the IP. If there's an IP that is marketable and can be commercialized, capital then easily follows through, and then you can have Black-led investment in those areas. But at the heart of it, you've got to build the skills base. And I think the point was made about how we're trying to partner with this university and that university, including FETs, in trying to build that pool. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. No, thank you very much, colleagues. I think we have had a fruitful engagement as it relates to all the issues. And I know that there was one honorable member who wanted to ask something. Maybe we can give you quickly so that no one must feel left out. Just quickly, then we'll summarize the meeting.
No, thanks, Chair. Mine is just a small one. I think we as a committees and the departments that are here, we have one common mandate to change the status quo. And when I was looking at presentation yesterday, this presentation, I felt they were too technical. It was going to become a battle of intellectuals. Whereas for us as committee members, we need to derive the department to bring out the outcome from the mandate that we have from the people to say that go there and drive the change. So on those answers that you are going to give us in writing, as someone is saying that, I want to urge you to keep in mind to say, we must make sure that we get a room as committee members, not to be technically, but to have processes that are trying to drive the country to the desired outcome. Because we had a chat outside to say we can hear that this new type of cars and what so forth, the partnership that we're fostering. But the question, if you take China as an example, we bring them on the table. Most of the things that are happening in China are local. They drive their initiatives, localized. Why can't we take an example like that to say, we see that this is happening in this country and in this country, but whenever we're trying to have samples, whenever we're trying to drive processes, but make sure at the end of the day, they bring out localization in the process, because our economy will never thrive or will never reach the destination that we want through partnership that will attract foreign investors to come and just take what we have in South Africa and go and manufacture it outside and come back and sell it to us. So I think that was the aspect that came to my mind to say, as much as I may want to be seen as a smart person to ask questions and they felt, but I think the point, we need to have this is where we want to go, and this is how we are going to reach that destination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are almost at the tail end of the discussion. Colleagues, I think maybe the main message is that we appreciate the presentation, and there are issues of emphasis that have been raised. And I think, Minister, you have responded to some of the issues. I think the emphasis that the just must be just. So we have to consider all things that are happening in the main. And secondly, that yes, we can speak about these small things. There is a car at the university. The point is there is no product for South Africa. This should represent a higher ambition, so that we don't speak about the small things that we're doing there. I'm sure even myself, there's a kid who's doing some science of a car that can move there in Katlehong. But we're not there. We want the product developers to look at a higher ambition for South Africa, because we have a greater influence in the continent, but it can't be that we don't have a higher ambition. So it's a challenge that we were saying to our officials that we've got to see this higher ambition, even if it's driven by private sector, supported by government, or other way around. We've got to ensure that at least we drive higher ambition on our side. And then these future loans have to be affordable. So we shouldn't continue just to go and take money, get instructed, do this, do that, because future generations, they will not be able to afford these loans because they won't go away. So we have to make sure that we think about the future and how, as we arrange the financial model for all these things that we're doing. And fourthly, that there has to be thinking about adaptation of existing infrastructure, including reskilling those who are there, so that we don't displace the other industry with this new industry. There's got to be some transition even there. So there must be adaptation, reskilling, and all those things, so that we're able to move forward. And finally, I think issues of transformation through building capabilities on downstream, I think it's a starting point that we think that we should be looking at. But otherwise, I think we really had a conversation, and I hope that this will then help to direct just the thinking, and as the minister and deputy ministers and the team are going out to say how do we reshape the discourse, including the other institutions that are here, like the IDC, space agents and them, because we've got to think we must have a common agenda as the country, grow our economy, create employment for our people, move to higher level of industrialization as a country. So these are the things that should preoccupy us, and I'm certain that we will, obviously, this is not the first and the last. We'll still be interacting with this. We will continuously guide through this question and conversation to make sure that we can drive the agenda that is going to benefit South Africa. There was an item, and we received a correspondence from DG last night. So the last item on the rationalization. So we'll take it out so that we'll discuss it as and when you are ready. So if there are any announcements from the Secretariat, Science and Technology, any announcement? DTIC, any announcement?
Just to remind members that we're meeting on Thursday at 9:30 in S12A, as well as a virtual meeting on Friday. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That concludes the business of today. Thank you very much.